What is happening, y'all? The birthday stream is here. Your boy turns the big 4-0 today. I feel good though. I feel good. I'm blessed. I got some great people around me. I've met some amazing people in the boxing game. And today you're gonna be able to meet some of those people. You're gonna be able to meet some people I met in Brooklyn, some people from my childhood, some people I met in Arizona, some people I met in Texas. So this is gonna be cool. So we are kicking this stream off with my boy Jose Corpus. I met him in Brooklyn at the Xander Zayas versus Boots Ennis showdown. My man, how you doing?
First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Welcome to the new decade. It might be the fastest decade of your life, though. I'll just let you know that right now.
You know what? I've heard other people say that. They said, You know what? If you think those 30s go by fast, man, them 40s is gonna go by like it's nothing.
40s will go by quick, but it's gonna be some of your best years, and a lot of the stuff you've been working towards, you're gonna start seeing the benefits of all that, and the successes are gonna start coming. And thanks for having me on, man. It was great sitting next with you at the Zayas fight, and it was like a nice, exciting fight. To be a part of, man. That was a good experience.
Man, it was an amazing experience. That's the perfect word. I mean, fight week and everything leading up to that was absolutely amazing, man. And let's get into these fights a little bit. We were talking about the Jahai Tucker and Cedeno fight extensively as it was going down. Shout out to Broadway Joel, who is sitting next to us as well. And we were talking about how it was kind of like three different fights, right? Like in the beginning, Tucker started off very fast. First, I want to say like 2 rounds started off fast. And then Cedeno kind of introduced a body attack.
Yep.
He was going to the body a little bit. And then it's like Tucker made adjustments after that. To kind of win the fight. So give me your thought process on the fight, man, and what you thought about that first fight.
I mean, I agree. It seemed at times that either one had a shot of winning, right? It seemed. I think Tucker was in the front most of the way. That first round was big. He wasn't missing with anything. Cedeno had his moment, so there's a reason Tucker didn't walk through him, right? Because Cedeno was standing up to it. And then it kind of got like real like swing rounds, like, you know, what you favor. You favor the guy who's boxing a little bit, the guy who's coming forward. So it made the fight kind of close, right? In some cards. And then Cedeno ended it kind of weird because he started like getting up on his toes like Larry Holmes almost. So it was like a weird kind of ending to the fight. But credit to Tucker, man. Tucker, it felt like Cedeno could do more, but you got to give Tucker the credit, man. He's the one who changed tactics and found what worked and pulled out the decision.
For sure. And I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? Adjustments. As the fight was going on, we were talking about who's going to make the most adjustments, and that person most likely is the person that's going to end up winning the fight.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's exactly how it went out. That's exactly how it ended.
For sure. And I think that night, man, we saw like a combination of things, right? We saw a very, very good fight, you know, in the beginning of the pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. And then we got Ben Whitaker. We got Ben Whitaker after that, who made his U.S. debut, you know, in front of Barclays on a main card, big stage. And I was trying to tell you guys, I'm like, Popeye, he's a decent fighter. And y'all were like, I don't know, man. And I'm like, he's decent. But Ben Whitaker got him out of there in 2 rounds, man. And he was impressive doing it, bro.
But he only fought once in the last 3 years. So we didn't really know what to expect from Popeye. Mm-hmm. Right? That was a 1-round fight in the last 3 years. That's why we were like, you know, he's kind of, I guess what you would call a part-time fighter in recent years, right? So, hey, he made it entertaining the whole week, smoking that pipe, wearing that Popeye hat. So he definitely was a good addition to the card. And credit to Ben Whitaker, man, he wasted zero time, did what he was supposed to do.
For sure, for sure. So let me ask you this then, because during the press conference, people were kind of asking like, what's next for Ben Whitaker? What do you think at this point, like with Ben Whitaker coming over and being impressive in the U.S. debut, and you kind of know how U.S. fans are, right? You kind of have to feed off that momentum that you got, so to make sure U.S. fans are kind of up to date, I guess you can say, and kind of stay in the loop with Ben Whitaker. So if you're Eddie Hearn, what route would you take with Ben? Would it be something back home? Would you bring him back here? What would you do?
Well, I think Eddie made up his mind. He wants to keep him home for the next one. I think he's still a question mark. I mean, he's definitely top 20. That I think is clear. Whether he's top 10 or not, maybe not yet. So I wouldn't put too much stock into this win. I think most guys in the top 15, top 18 would have done the same thing, right? So I think I think he's moving in the right direction. And Eddie said October. To be honest with you, I think I don't know how busy Eddie is, but why wait that long? That guy didn't even break a sweat, right? So he could probably fight next month. But I think they reached the point where he's going to start fighting some serious 10-rounders, and we're gonna find out, is he the guy that beat Popeye in 2 rounds, or is he the guy that when it got tough and claimed that shoulder injury? We're gonna find out real soon who he is. I'll tell you this though, no matter how great he becomes, I think it's going to be a fun ride, the whole ride through.
I can agree with you. I can 100% agree with you on that, because Ben Whitaker, he seems like a combination of entertainment, and the ability to fight. Right. One thing we know about U.S. fans is that we love somebody that can talk and somebody that can fight as well. I mean,
you got to back it up.
Yeah, for sure. Whether it's Muhammad Ali or even guys like Irishman, Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was so good at trash talking, he had some people believing that he could win in a boxing match against world-class boxers or Hall of Fame boxers.
Yeah, I know.
So we love someone that has the ability to entertain.
Yeah, even someone like Rolly Romero gets a lot of love because he's kind of entertaining out of the ring. Broner got his antics. Some people like him, some people don't. And Whitaker's going to face the same thing. Some people are going to like the cockiness, some ain't. I get flashbacks to Nassim Hamed with him a little bit, with those flashy moves and the knockout punch. But you got to back it up. As long as you back it up and keep winning, then let the people talk and you keep catching those checks.
For sure. And I think Prince Nassim was a name that we brought up. I think Prince Nassim.
They both southpaws from England, and they kind of got that same swag, so it's unavoidable.
Yeah, but we knew, like, as good as Prince Nassim was, when you reach that certain level of competition, it's like certain things you're not able to get away with. Yeah. When it comes to the showboating and all that stuff, and I think that Ben Whitaker is only going to be able to get away with that for so long, because some of the names that Eddie was bringing up as far as guys in the UK aren't slouches either. Guys like Yard. I think he brought up Buatsi. So like people that you have to make sure you're on your P's and Q's and make sure you're the best Ben Whitaker in order to win that night. And I think he's at that point now that you can only hold I don't even want to say hold him back, but you can only give him certain level of competition for so long, bro.
Of course. He might be at that competition a little too long. That fight was no competition for him, Popeye. So it was almost like, I don't think he gained anything from it, right? But they can't do that forever. So real soon we're gonna find out. I would say we're about 3 fights away from him mixing it up with a big name.
I'll give you that because I think Eddie said 2027.
That's right around the corner, though. Yeah.
Yep.
He ain't that young. I think he's like 29, right? 30.
He's right around there. So he's at a point where now, like, these big fights have to start happening. For him for sure. And I mean, when we talk about guys that are on the cusp of big fights. Emiliano Vargas,
Yeah.
he had a nice stoppage win over
Yep.
Bryce Mills, and if I'm not mistaken, now he's the number one contender to Shakur
Oh, that's
Stevenson's
right.
title.
That's right. They put him up number one, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like he's the best lightweight, right? I think that's a pretty big jump. So I don't agree with him being number one. Um, Even Bryce Mills, I mean, Bryce was all right. The stoppage might have been a little quick, but I don't think Bryce was going to win, right? He had a nice record, but we knew his background. I mean, I don't want to see him fight Shakur, right? I'm not interested in that yet, but you know what? If that's what happens, good luck to him, and I think he'll make it fun. That's for sure, right? I don't think he's beaten Shakur though. I don't like the idea of him being number one already.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I'm torn between this, bro, because it's like I'm happy for Emiliano, but I know he's not ready for Shakur right now.
No, he may never be, right? Because Shakur is like a super talent. So you know what? Might as well go for it. Roll the dice, try to win, and he's going to be in the mix. I think he's the real deal. The other brothers, not really so much so. Mm-hmm. But him, I think he's a legit top 10, maybe even a top 5 guy one of these days.
So let me ask you this then. Let's just say he does take that fight with Shakur.
Yeah.
Is he pretty much in a no lose situation? Because if he does win, then
I'm gonna cut you off. It's gonna be like Zayas Ennis. That's exactly what it's gonna be.
Okay. Yep. It's one of those things that even if he loses, you lost to one of the best.
He's got to look good though. He's got to look good, even if it's just 2 or 3 rounds. He's got to show like Zayas. Ennis proved he's the real deal, and Zayas showed us he may still have a future. And I think that's exactly what the Vargas Shakur would look like if they fight within the next year.
That's a perfect analysis. As a matter of fact, now that you put it that way, because that's the point that I was alluding to, right? Because it's like even if you lose, to one of the best, and if you win, man,
if he wins, he's a superstar,
right?
If he loses, he's still like, you were supposed to lose. That's Shakur.
Absolutely, right. Absolutely. And speaking of the Xander Zayas Boots Ennis main event, man, what a fight it was, man, from the knockdown in the first round to it looked like Boots was hurt, and I want to say the third round, to Boots looking like he was going to stop him in like the 5th round, to the stop, man. And y'all saw me, I was up yelling. Yeah. Part of, you know what, and I think I told you this, I've been watching boxing essentially my whole life. That was the fan that came out of me.
Yeah.
That night, I couldn't contain it, bro. Talk to me, man. How did you like the fight? What did you think about the main event?
So first of all, I thought for a while, at times, it felt like we were watching the fight of the year, right? Mm-hmm. And for a minute, it looked like Zayas might win or really could do something special. The rest of the fight was all Ennis, though. Ennis was in control. I mean, we got to give Zayas heart. He had heart. Totally different level, though. Ennis looked real comfortable in there, and he looks like he's ready for anybody. Zayas might still be able to go to war with some of the guys in the top 5, but I felt like, well, I had mixed feelings going in, right? Going into the fight, I was thinking, I'm going to share it with everybody, but I was like, Zayas to me impressed me by taking the fight, right? So I thought he was on an upwards momentum, whereas Ennis been kind of flat for the past year. Well, for whatever reason, no matter whose fault it was, right? So I felt Zayas might be like something special, I thought, right? But then before the fight, and after the Vargas fight, when they had that big long gap, and at the Barclays, they kept showing on the screen the highlights between the two. And do you remember what I told you when I finished seeing the highlights? Mm-hmm. I was like, this is a mismatch. I said, These guys ain't even close. And then I said 6-round fight or something, right? Yeah. And then Ennis drops him. And I'm thinking, they look like they didn't belong with each other. And then all of a sudden, Zayas comes out looking with that yellow hair, looking like a lion all of a sudden in the third round. And at the time, like if you watch the replay now, every time I watch the replay, it loses a little something, right? But when we were there watching it live, Zayas went from looking like a little kid who didn't belong in there to all of a sudden backing this monster up. And it says he wasn't hurt, and we if that's what he says, we'll believe him. But he definitely wasn't comfortable in there for a few moments.
For sure.
He was getting his head snapped back. He was holding. He was getting pushed back. So for a little while, it seemed like even the Philly fans were kind of. It was like the Zayas fans were cheering because they felt, oh snap, maybe he's going to do what we came to see him do. And then the Philly fans, I believe, were like, yeah, we got to respect this guy, right, for bouncing back the way he did. And they were just going at it. So then by the fifth round, and it took over again, and we kind of knew then it was just a matter of time. So I felt like for a few rounds there, everybody was a fan, right? And it wasn't anymore for a little while. It wasn't Ennis fans. It wasn't Zayas fans. It was boxing fans who were seeing a good fight and appreciating it. And that's how it was for about 2 or 3 rounds. And you don't capture that magic watching the replays, right? But if you were there and you saw how little by little the arena kept filling up, right? And then we were like, this ain't a sellout. This ain't a sellout. But then when the main event started, there wasn't an empty seat in the house, right?
Right.
And this was, I think Zayas had a little bit more cheers, right, from the crowd.
Yep.
But Philly came out for Ennis, right?
Yep.
But for about 3 rounds, I think everybody was a boxing fan, and that was a great fight, man. It was a great night for boxing, and then the right man won because Ennis should be the star. He's the guy that wasn't being given the big breaks, so finally he got a little bit of justice. And Zayas is young enough that he can bounce back, man. I just hope they don't rush him back, but I think he's going to be a fun fighter moving forward.
Yeah, I'm with you on everything you just said. I mean, it was a crazy, just series of events, I guess you could say, with that entire fight, man. It was one of those things that if you were in the building, you felt it. You felt the electricity. You felt the crowd. It was just one of those things that, if you were there, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
It was one of those special moments that, you know it when you see it, and you know when you're watching it. So, just not even that fight, that whole night was incredible. And like you said, as far as the main event, the right guy won. Yeah. Because Boots, he's just different. That to me, he's just different. Just seeing him in that first round and what he was hitting Zayas with, I just kind of had the feeling early that it was going to be a rough night for him. But I think Zayas is in a good spot because he's still young. And now we ask ourselves, and let me ask you this too, bro. I got 2 questions that I got to ask you. One, if you're in Zayas' camp, do you advise him to move up? And the second question I have is, there's a little controversy. Some people are saying Zayas quit. You have
I heard it, yeah.
Yeah, some boxers saying he quit, and fans saying he quit. Give me the answers to those 2 things, bro. Yeah. Let me know how you feel.
So you were there. You and Broadway Joel saw it. Yep. When he went down in the corner, his corner, off camera, there was a big fuss. And then Joel said, yo, they're throwing in the towel. And we didn't see it right away. And then the commissioner's guys came over, all the guys in the jackets, and they took the towel down, and then they stepped in the ring. They had the doctor to stop it. That's what Zayas was looking at. He wasn't looking at his corner for help. He was looking at his corner like, what's going on? What's happening next? Right? And he got up. He's ready to fight. If he wanted to quit, he would have stayed down. Why are you getting up if you're gonna fight? If you're gonna quit, right? So he got up. He was looking at what that commotion was, and they stopped the fight. And Zayas was honest enough to admit, I wasn't winning tonight, right? Zayas ain't gonna fool nobody. He was on the floor 3 times, right? He ain't winning. So he knew enough to say, yeah, the better man won. And I don't think Zayas quit. I don't think Zaya's got a lack of confidence, but I feel like Zaya's had a very realistic opinion that Ennis might win tonight, right? And I think that was more the case. But all that talk about him looking at the corner, no, there was a big commotion in the corner. Even we were looking at the corner, right? We weren't even looking at Zaya's no more with the ref. We were like, what's going on over there? And I think that's what he was doing. Yeah. Zaya said he could make 154, so I don't see any point moving up unless there's big money or an easier fight up there, right? So if he can make 154, yeah, stay at 154 then, right? I mean, why fight bigger guys just for the sake of moving up, right? Now, unless he's belt collecting, right? He got a belt at 154, now he want to get one at 160. All right, 160, I think 154 is deeper than 160, right? But I think 160, those guys will hurt you more than 154, so it's no picnic up there either. He ain't beating Ennis. In the next 5 years, he ain't beating Ennis, right? I don't know. I don't know that's. I think it's gonna come down to financial, or just stay at 154. Unless you got much more money at 160. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do. If I were them, I'd try to get a Keith Thurman fight. That's what I would do if I was him.
Okay.
I think that's his level right now. And then, I mean, maybe go after Lara if you want to insist on moving to 160. Lara ain't no picnic, but he's old. He's going to be vulnerable one of these days. I don't think his marketability could take another loss too soon, though. Right? So I'd be careful who I put him against. They give him a couple more wins. I don't think he's ever going to be Cotto. I don't think he's the next Cotto. I don't think he's the next Trinidad. Right? But I think he could still be a headliner. But they got to be careful. They can't rush him. You already tried rushing him once. It didn't work. Let's not try it again.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I'm with you on that because I'm torn. I'm like, if you're Zayas, do you go with 160? Do you stay at 154? Because he is young and he is growing. And one of the things that crossed my mind too, like you just said, is 154 is deeper than 160. Yeah. So if your goal is to be champion, which I would imagine it is, you look at the champions at 154, obviously Boots has 2 of the belts, and you look at Sebastian Fundora, that would be a bad matchup for him.
I wouldn't take that fight yet. Yep.
And then you got Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly is fighting on the 25th, and who knows, like one of the other champions may rush to try to get a fight with Josh Kelly with the thought process that he's, I don't want to say a weak champion. I don't like saying that, but thinking that he's a beatable champion.
He's probably the most beatable of who's there right now. But I think that's a good fight. I mean, if he could get the Kelly fight, then yeah, go for that fight, Zayas. Right?
Yeah.
I think his body's going to speak, though. He should listen to his body. If he can make 154, then that's where you stay. If there's a big opportunity at 160, just be careful moving up too soon. But yeah, go for it. They ain't that much bigger, right? The middleweights, but you know, so I think the door's open for both. I don't think it's necessarily going to be easier in one place or the other. I really think he needs like another year of grooming, right? And then they can see what happens. But if they're chasing belts, then 160 is probably the easiest place to get it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Obviously, when we compare the two, it's Lara was a name that we were throwing around at the fight as, like you just said a little bit ago, it's like, okay, if Zayas were to move up to 160, who would he target out of the champions? Yeah. So who knows? Who knows? He's still young. Zayas is still young. He still got, you know, I don't want to say all the time in the world, but he still got a lot of time.
He got time.
And what's most important is that they make the right decision.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to, there's no need to rush them. There's no need to get them back in a ring with someone that you believe, you know, is beatable, and let them get back on that, you know, trajectory back to the belt.
Yeah. Unless you could get another $5-7 million payday, then all right, you know what? Now he got $10 million. He's 25 years old with $10 million. He's in a good place in life, right? Regardless of if he got a belt or not. So you could do that, which I call the Jerry Cooney route, right? Chase the money, right? And that's
Yep.
what they did. That's what they did with Cooney. They kept him undefeated and they kept him number one until he cashed out against Holmes. Now,
Hmm.
some people say you didn't get the maximum out of your ability when you do it that way, right? So what do they want? They want money, security, or they want him to be the best fighter. He can still make some more money going that route too. That takes a little longer though, and you got to be a little more careful. So, um, listen, man, good luck to him both. I'll be watching him because I felt like he's a fighter worth watching again,
Hmm.
right? So I definitely will be tuning in. Um, he was nowhere near Ennis's level. He gave us that 1.5 good rounds, and I don't know that that's what you want from your career, just to give everybody 1.5 good rounds, right? So if
Yeah.
they really want to put him in a position where he's going to win, I think they need to backtrack things a little bit and re-look things over.
Spot on.
He's on a world class level. He's just all right. He ain't there yet like Fundura. Um, I would be very careful about putting him in against Erickson Lubin at this moment,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So so bring him up little by little. He's the youngest guy in the pack. So let's see. I think they do him right. He might still have a nice future ahead of him.
Yeah. Yeah. One name that I was thinking about, but I'm still not sure because he can be dangerous was Gabe Rosado.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Puerto Rico obviously, but Gabe
yeah.
Rosado can be dangerous. You know what I
I think
mean?
Gabe's a little too big for him now. I think, but I mean, if they move up to like 160, maybe Gabe could come back down.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Gabe been wanting to fight Belanga though. That's the fight Gabe's been looking for.
Yes.
The
Yep.
Belanga fight. Yeah, I put Gabe in a similar spot than Lara. I think Lara's a little bit better than Gabe, right? But
Mhm.
if both of them at their best would beat Zayas right now.
Yeah.
The thing is, we don't know if they're at their best, so that's why it might be worth it for Zayas to go after them. Zayas, Gabe Rosado, yeah, I think that's a good fight for him. If he's going to move up, that's probably the guy he should be fighting next. Someone
Yeah.
on that level. If he's
That's
staying at 154, yeah, I don't know if Thurman still wants to fight, right? But maybe he fights the win of. I don't even know. I don't even know how PBC and everyone factors into each other. I don't know who can fight who anymore, right?
yeah,
But
it's weird. I know
it
PBC
is
is
weird,
gonna make
yeah.
an announcement that they're gonna be on the zone tomorrow. That's an exclusive, but they're making an announcement that they're gonna be on the zone, so that might open up some partnerships. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
maybe from cross promotions. They say they got 6 more dates this year. That's a
Yeah.
fight a month.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know. Zayas is going to fight again in 2026, right?
Hmm.
But maybe he fights the winner of Zeus Spence. I don't know. I have no idea what's coming up next. I'd hate to see him fight one of the Charlos. I think them guys, he gets hit too much to fight someone that hits that hard.
Yeah.
They got to be careful with him, man. They got to be careful with him. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the main thing for sure. I know I got you for a few more seconds, man, but real quick, I did my research and you have a film. So real
Right.
quick, bro, let me know about the film. Let me know how we can watch it, all that good stuff.
Well, right now we're going into the film festivals, so I'm keeping it out of the public's eye because once you go public with it, they don't want it anymore, right? So they allowed us to have a private screening, right? So the private screening is basically friends and family and for the cast, right? And you get some feedback, and then you polish the film up and then submit it, right? That's what that purpose was. So we submitted it. Um, we actually did a documentary 2 years ago on a fighter from the 1940s named Tony Pallone, The Life and Times of Tony Pallone. That's up on YouTube. That one people can see already. That one won first place at the Greenwich Village Film Festival 2024. 2026, we did Marcel's Promise, which was a fictional in space, inspired by true story fictional piece on the final days of Panama Al Brown, the former boxing champ, who was the first Latin champ from Panama. And it was right before he died. Now, I'll give you a quick history on him. Um, he wasn't too popular in the United States. Um, Mostly, I think it's because he was gay, but also because as he started getting famous, he also started developing a drug habit, right? So he was hooked on opium and then later heroin. and a big part of society was like, I want nothing to do with a gay drug addict, right? That's how he was looked at in the eyes of many. Other people looked at him as um, an exciting fighter, great fighter, but also a victim of his times, right? Some people say now today it's a much more open society. He's 40 years ahead of. He was born 60 years too early, right? He was born now, he might have been. I mean, you remember when Jason Collins came out in the NBA?
Mhm.
They made a big deal. He became a celebrity. Jason Collins, if you followed basketball, you probably wouldn't even know who he was. He used to play like 2 minutes a game, right?
Mhm.
But he became, a symbol of some sort. Al Brown might have been that symbol if he fought today, but he did it. And his last few days, he found his best days of his life in Paris, right? But then World War II started, and the Nazis were moving in, so he had to get out of there, right? Because it didn't look good for him staying. And he lost all his money in Paris during World War II. And when he came to New York, he was basically homeless, hooked on drugs. And Marcel Sedan and a couple of the people from Paris made a promise to bring him back to Paris. And that's where the movie picks up, right? So one of the cool things we did is we got former boxing champions to play them. So I had Junior Jones playing Panama Brown. We had Iran Barkley as Kid Norfolk. Aaron Superman Davis made a cameo. And then I filled it in with boxing people. So we had Neil Pallone directing it. He's Tony Pallone's nephew. Tony Pallone's son was playing in there. Broadway Joel was the bartender. We had John Carlo was a character. John Carlo was a former heavyweight. He beat Leon Spinks. He beat one or two other guys, right, that were good. We had Mike Pascal. Mike Pascal was the former New York boxing commissioner, and he played a thug. So it was a boxing community acting and bringing back to life something that happened in the 1930s. So it was a cool little project. We got invited to the Miami Film Festival and to a film festival in Africa, in Ghana. And let's see what the logistics looks like, who's paying for what. And we may be flying out to Ghana and showing the film out there. Let's see how that goes.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome, brother. Keep me updated on everything, and I'll make sure I keep everybody that's gonna watch this, because this is gonna be posted after we, finish
Okay.
everything. So,
Okay.
yeah, keep me updated. I'll make sure I keep my followers and everybody tapped in, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
My man, I appreciate you for stopping through and chopping it up with me for a little bit, bro.
Man, thanks for having me on. Let me know next time you're in town, or if there's anything big going down your way. The MVD, DVM, DMV, whatever you call it, right? And, we can hook up. All right, man. So thanks for having me on. Enjoy your birthday.
Hey, I appreciate you again, my boy. Good talking with you.
All right, man. Be good. Thanks.
All right.
All right, bye.
Bye. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's good stuff. That's good stuff, man. Like I said, y'all gonna see like a whole bunch of different people that I met, bonds that have been formed, childhood bonds. Y'all gonna meet some real amazing people. I'm gonna get my drink real quick. We're waiting on our next guest. All right. I had to get my birthday drink, non-alcoholic as of right now. It's a little too early, but had to get me a little something. But yeah, man, your boy getting on up there in age, man. 40 years old. My son got me a nice car. It's around here somewhere. I'll make sure I show y'all before we finish up. But yeah, we waiting on our next guest to come through and kick it with us. My boy said he got him a quick hydration break real quick. So we will have him on momentarily. If you're in the boxing game, you already know who this is, dog. One of the best podcasts in all of boxing. You know what I'm saying? And the respect I got for dude, like based on a conversation, is like we both started our platforms from the ground up. So you have those conversations with those people. It's like, man, how much hard work it takes to, get to where we're at. So once I get my boy on, we're gonna talk obviously about that, because a lot of times people just see the fun part, right? They see the pictures and they see the videos of us at the fights having a good time. And don't get me wrong, it's amazing and it's rewarding, but there's years upon years that go into creating the brands that you see today, like YBF, like who our next guest is going to be soon. So sometimes it's those days where you are editing for 5 hours, or you post something and nobody engages with it, or you do videos and nobody watches. So it's those nights, that consistency that plays into what you got, man. So I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody is stays blessed. You know what I'm saying? We got us a fight that was just announced. So I'm be asking y'all what y'all think about that. So pretty soon we're gonna talk about this Teofimo Lopez and Rolly Romero situation. That's going down. So we got a lot of good stuff that's on tap. So as soon as my boy get his hydration break, squirt up, hold on, wait a minute. I think we got our next guest, y'all. Hold on, let me fix all this. I got my dog. Like I said, you watch boxing, so you know who it is. I gotta have my boy from the Spit Bucket Podcast, my dog JJ Solomon. What's the word, my boy? How you doing?
Bro, my bad. So look, you said 6 o'clock and I'm thinking Easter. So right now when I put that hydration break, I was talking about you getting up for water. I'm sitting here waiting, thinking I still had a whole hour. So my bad, dog. I was like, oh shit, I'm up next. But no, I got my water. I'm ready for you, bro. Happy birthday. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, I appreciate you taking the time to chop it up with me, for sure, man. We got a lot to talk about. We were both in New York. Hey, man, that's real.
It's been a year since I got to whip it out, bro. I'm 41, so I was like, you know what? Now's a good time to pull it out. So happy birthday again, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I'm in that 40 club with you, bro. I'm in that 40 club with you, and it was an absolute pleasure meeting you in New York, man, for sure. And like I was just telling the people, man, I think one of the big things that you and I have in common is that we started our platforms from the ground up.
Facts.
And we know like how much time, how much effort, how much blood, how much sweat, how much
all
tears,
of it, bro.
All that goes into it, man. So when I run into somebody that has a similar journey, like myself, we have bonds just like you see play out in front of us, man. So the Spit Bucket Podcast, bro. Talk to me and the people that are going to see us. Like, how did the Spit Bucket Podcast, how did it come to where we're at now, to the product we see today?
Yeah, bro. Great question, man. And like you said, salute to you, because we go out to these things and there's a lot of media out there, but you can count all the time on one hand the ones that are self-made, you know what I mean, that are putting in the grind, that aren't getting paid to be out there, So yeah, salute to you, because this is a lot more than just plugging in a camera, looking in the camera. I mean, it takes a lot of work. Folks don't realize it. So salute again to you, everybody in the community who's making those sacrifices for the sport we love. But going back to your question, dog, look, I've been a lifelong boxing fan, bro. I can't believe I never got started into this earlier. But to be honest with you, dude, I was just on a live stream one day. My former partner, because the Spit Bucket used to be a two-man show. It was me, and I'm not sure a lot of folks know him, but Mr. IOTBA, a controversial fella, but he knows what he's doing. And one day I was just on Facebook after an Andy Ruiz fight. Me and wifey were drinking, and I forgot the hell he was talking about, but I requested to go live with him about 10 times, and he finally accepted me. And bro, we went for about 45 minutes. We had never spoke. But the dialogue, the chemistry was great. He reached out to me the following week, asked if I wanted to work together. And from there, never looked back, bro. He's kind of the grit. And I kind of came in to kind of turn it into a brand and market it. We did a lot of cool things. We did toy drive, the TSB toy bucket. We did an NFT project, first NFT project in boxing that had an actual event at the Spence Ugas fight. But it was a great run. But you know, just like everything else, you kind of outgrow things, and he's doing his own thing. He took a step away from boxing, and since then, since October, I went solo, dog, and just kind of ticked up the energy, the effort, the work, getting out there. And then a couple of elements I'm adding to the show. You know, I want to put an emphasis on talking about mental health, fatherhood, marriage, those sort of things that we need to talk about as fellas, but especially in this community, conversations about feelings kind of get pushed away, man. And I want to be sure to talk to the younger generation and say, look, it's okay to be a human being. It's okay to have these feelings and these thoughts. So yeah, man, it work in progress, but thanks to folks like you and the community that we're all building together, dog. I'm a big believer in power in numbers. For the longest time, this world has had a lot of gatekeepers, and I want to do stuff like this where we're building each other up because we all have our own unique gifts, unique stories. And again, thanks for having me on here, dog.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. And anybody that knows anything about me knows I'm a huge advocate for mental health. And
Yeah, man.
you hit the nail right on the head, bro. It's something as fellas that we need to talk about, because the reality is that in today's world, when men express themselves, a lot of times it's looked down upon, it's looked at as weak. But men have feelings. Like it's impossible to be a human and not have some kind of feelings in there somewhere in that body. So to create a space where people are able to express those feelings and understand that it's okay to not be okay at times, because getting our age, bro, 40, 41, guess what? There's going to be times in your life where you're not okay. That's just how things are going to go.
Man.
So you have to, whether it's have those people in your corner or have some kind of outlet that whatever it is that you're going through, that you can share that with somebody without judgment.
And you know, yeah.
The fact that you're doing that, bro, that's absolutely amazing. And if there's anything that I can do to help you out with that, if it's writing something in or appearing for 5 or 10 minutes, whatever you need from me, bro, lock it in, man. I love what you're doing. I love the path that you're on. So yeah, for sure, man. If you need any help with that, bro, lock me in for sure.
I appreciate that, man. And just to piggyback a little bit more, just to kind of dive a little deeper, you know, we do need those outlets, you know, and this isn't my case. I'm blessed with an amazing setup at home, but dude, a lot of times, like, we can't even talk to our wives about this stuff, you know. A lot of times we can't talk to our dads, you know. We can't talk about it to your kids because your kids have you as some hero. Your wife has you as a protector of the family who's supposed to be, you know, the strong one. So, like, that's why it's so important, dog, because this world, the way it's set up right now, is not cut out for us dudes to have those moments. So that's what I'm, you know, as important as it is to talk to the kiddos about this, bro, me and you, all of us, every time we're out there hitting the road, you know, these conversations are important to have. And I believe, bro, that, you know, next to my relationship with Christ, relationship with my family, the main reason I'm here on this planet now is to connect with men who are broken. And that's what the Spit Bucket is, man. We're here to talk boxing, and that's what's gonna bring us together. But at the end of the day, we're gonna be building men. So again, dog, I appreciate the opportunity to let me just talk about that for a sec.
Yeah, man, that's amazing. And we need more spaces like that, you know, in an internet where we see a lot of garbage.
Facts.
You know what I mean? We need spaces of positivity, bro. So kudos to you for sure. And I just go back to what we accomplished, man. If you just kind of sit back and think, me and you both, we started a platform and we were able to be in New York City at the Barclays during the World Cup, covering arguably the biggest fight of the year. That's a feather in our cap, to say the least, man. And talk to me a little bit about your fight week experience. I did like a whole video. People have seen like how I felt about it and me blabbering on. But from your point of view, bro, how was the entire Zayas versus Boots fight week for you?
Yeah, man, it's interesting you say that, because on my way home, I did have like a moment of clarity. Like, look what where this sport has brought me. You know, like this. I mean, this was kind of once in a lifetime if you think about it. The World Cup being in arguably the heartbeat of the planet at New York City. We were there, we were there for fight week. So it was like everything coming together. And it was bigger than just the Zayas in his fight week, which already was big. Puerto Rico versus United States, unification, the black versus Puerto Rican, you know, just that rivalry that naturally comes with it. Brooklyn, it was already huge. Then you sprinkle in the historical magnitude of having the World Cup there. It was incredible, dog. Fight week was amazing. We intentionally stayed in Times Square just so we could get a little bit of the World Cup action. We did have, it was a pain in the ass getting back and forth between Brooklyn, but bro, it was amazing. The people just being able to step outside and being around hundreds of thousands of people from another country every night, a different country, bro, it was incredible, man. And then you would find your pockets of boxing fans, and we could talk about it. Obviously, World Cup was dominating the city that week, but you take your ass over to Brooklyn, the fight fans were there. The fight week was buzzing. All of the events from the weigh-in, the press conference, the fans, everybody was lighting it up, man. I dug it. And then fight night, what can we say? I mean, the vibes was amazing. The arena was jumping. Fight night was incredible, man. But yeah, fight week for me, it was a nice moment to look back. And just like you said, like, look where this sport has taken us. It's easy to focus on the difficult, you know, oh man, I missed a flight or flight got delayed or I got to haul ass to here. But if you zoom out a little bit, and you take a picture, mental picture, and say, damn, what would 5 years ago I'd have said being right here? And those are the moments, dog. Those are the moments.
Man, you said it all, because like I told myself, like you said, look where I've gotten to this point. But it's like also, if I would have done this years ago, who knows where I would be? Yeah, because when I meet these people, it's one thing that a number of us have in common is that we've been lifelong boxing fans. So it's like, if I were like Sugar Ray Robinson and Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali right behind me. So it's one of those things like, man, just I ask myself, it's like, man, where would I be? But I'm also a believer, bro, everything happens for a reason.
100%, dog.
Maybe like I didn't get to a certain point because I wasn't ready. Like, and I'm okay with that, because there may be some things that you think you're ready for, and then you find out I'm not quite ready. Let me just pump the brakes just for right now. I'll be ready maybe in another year or so, but let me just pump the brakes right now. So I'm a firm believer that, yes, it would have been nice to start a little bit earlier, but I'm glad things are happening the way that they happen now, because I feel like every big opportunity that comes my way, I'm ready for. I've gained enough knowledge, maybe covering some, I don't want to say lower level events, but I've gained that experience going to different events and things like that. So now when you get a Boots versus Zayas opportunity, I'm able to go. And hopefully Vegas is next. Are you going to try to make it out for the Teofimo Lopez versus Rolly Romero?
So look, I've had a real busy. I covered 4 fights in 6 weeks, bro. And so with that said, so it was Houston, Arizona, Vegas, and then or Vegas, Houston, Arizona, then New York, Brooklyn. So I told wifey, I was like, man, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. And then to sprinkle things on top, like August 23rd is wifey's birthday. So as much as I'm licking my chops to get out there, man, I told her I'm going to tap the brakes till September. I'm going to have representation out there. I'll have some folks that do their own media in their own right that'll be working on behalf of the Spit Bucket. But me myself, I'm taking a little break until September, man, and see what that schedule looks like. As a matter of fact, actually, August 15th, I am covering Clarissa Shields. I'm actually doing a big ticket giveaway for that fight. So I'll be in attendance for Clarissa Shields in Atlanta. So I take it back. But with the exception of that, I'm holding off until September.
Yeah.
What about you? You trying to get out to Vegas for TL?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. To answer your question, yes. The plan was for me to go down to Orlando to cover the Sharnika Johnson and Dina Thorsland, and then it's Desley Robinson and Tam Tebow in Orlando. So I was gonna do that one, and I want to say that was like the 8th. 2 weeks after that is Vegas for Rolly versus Tio. So I'm kind of torn, man. I'm like, do I want to try to make both, or do I want to just try to make one? So I don't know, man, but I do at least want to try to make that Tio versus Rolly. I'm hoping that they make that undercard pretty sweet too.
Yeah.
Because I think that's gonna be their first card on the zone PBC.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine they gotta sweeten it up, bro. They gotta give us something good on that first PBC card on the zone. What you think?
No, man, they have to. And look, I mean, just look what's happening, bro. Like we had the zone on TNT, we got PBC on the zone. Like, unfortunately, it took Dana White and Zuffa, but to get these people to finally start truly working together. Unfortunately, you know, all of us take some type of threat to get off our asses. But to answer your question, no, man, I'm excited for it, and I think PBC will put together a good card. They've got a roster there that, you know, it could be a little outdated shit. I'm trying to think of what they can put together as we're speaking. But, you know, PBC, I mean, they've been putting some good cards together, man. You know, you're going to hear the haters say, how is this going to be pay-per-view, blah, 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 all of that. Look, man, here's my message to boxing fans. Yes, it sucks. Every now and then we're going to have a pay-per-view that maybe doesn't deserve to be a pay-per-view, but go step outside, open up Amazon, look at everything in today's economy is more expensive. And if we claim to love this sport and to care about these fighters and to not be casuals and to truly want to see the sport grow, look, if you're paying more for eggs and you're paying more for milk and you're paying more for gas, hey, this is a hobby. This is a hobby. And if you love it, like you say you love it, just go pay for the damn fight. It ain't. No, I'm saying like we can't act like we love this shit and then be complaining that the prices aren't what they were in 1999. Nothing is priced what it was in 1999. I know I'm paying $45 for a DAZN membership. Sounds crazy, but look at what we've been getting. So I'm just getting fed up with every time a new fight comes out, boxing fans got to act like it's the only thing that costs more. Everything costs more, man. So suck it up or keep it moving. Like, stop crying so much. That's my problem. Hey, we all love discounts. Obviously, but you can't claim to love a sport and then just cry every single. We like vacations, right? You dig in your pocket. You want to go to the beach. You want to take a flight. You want to put your family in a nice hotel. Then you got to pay for it. So, comes with
100%. 100%, bro. I just wanted to let you cook. I just had to sit back.
Dog. I'm rambling.
I had to let, because I mean, I think it's hypocritical for some people in boxing, because you hear people say, "Oh, the best got to fight the best." Okay, but understand that when you get a fight of the best fighting the best, two elite guys, it's going to cost. That's just the reality of it. I mean, don't get me wrong. You may occasionally get you a good one on network TV. We saw the occasional HBO box and we loved it. Yep. But don't get me wrong. When the big dogs was throwing down, it was HBO pay-per-view time. So this ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. That's just been implemented just a year or two ago. Pay-per-view's been doing this. It's been around. And honestly, bro, and I'm not saying this because I have, I'm partnering with DAZN, but if you look at their package, if you're a boxing fan and you watch it, it's really worth it.
It really is.
It's what, $49, we'll say $49.99 a month, I believe, something like that.
I thought it was 45 unless they bumped it up, but still 45, 49.
Yeah, so we'll call it in between that 45, 49 range, right? You see one of these pay-per-views and they're going for $75.
100%.
So in itself, instantly you got your money to go along with the cards that are going to happen throughout the course of the month.
Yeah, dog. It's in educating too, bro. Like when I say educating, I mean it in this regard. Back when we were kids, we didn't have access to European boxing just any time of the day. This $45, $50 we're paying for, not only are you getting the pay-per-views, this does sound like a DAZN endorsement. I'm trying to just wake the public up a little bit, because we hear a number like 45 or 50 and it scares. Hell, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, this is stupid. But then I saw I was getting the Chris Eubank, Conor Ben fight right off the bat, the Inoue fight right off the bat, and I was like, well, shit, I was gonna pay for these fights anyway. But shit, I forgot the point I was gonna make. But yeah, like it's $45, bro. The educational purpose. Now we're able to get access on a Saturday in the middle of the day, on a Friday, to fights we never would have seen before. Half the American boxing population has no clue what went on overseas in the first 20 years of the century. Now we get more opportunity for more boxing, to be a little less ignorant, to expand on our knowledge for $45 a month, bro. It ain't no beating it.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. Because I mean, it's one of those things that, just like you said, you could be at the crib Saturday, and then you can turn on the zone, and next thing you know, you got a fight happening in the UK or from Ireland, or like William Skoll fought the other day. I think it was in Germany. Not many people knew about it, but it was like that. You turn right on, you see live boxing.
Yeah, bro.
It's the home of I know they promote it as the home of boxing, but I mean, now that they're adding PBC, it's to a point where if you like boxing, if you enjoy boxing, you have to have the zone. Even if you don't pay for the subscription, you just have just the basic package, and then you get just like the fight nights like Golden Boy has and things like that. You still want to have it somewhere in your library. You know what I mean? Because 100%. Now, bro, as far as being on network TV, well, I take that back. TNT, they just introduced a partnership with TNT. So you think they're going to start incorporating boxing on regular TV like they did before, or you think it should be like a blend of regular TV, but also throw the app in there too, so you got something for the old people, they can turn on the TV, boom, and then you add the app for the younger crowd? Or what
I like what they're doing, because so when you say regular TV, you're talking about TNT, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, bro. Like, think about how many people, especially 40 plus, 50 plus, who just love boxing. They have a distant memory of boxing, but they have no idea how to download an app on their phone, let alone on their TV. They're not used to watching boxing on their phones or on a tablet. So the power of flipping through your channels is real, dog. There's a whole market that we have abandoned because we've gotten rid of flipping through your channels. And even when we were on ESPN, it was still a lot of ESPN Plus, which didn't come through flipping through channels. So we truly are on network TV now. And there's proof, dog. I text messages like, bro, I must have sent like 25 text messages Saturday night saying, hey, I know you used to love boxing. Just flip it on to TNT. Leave it in the background. We're going to have some action tonight. The action didn't really play out to the main event, but I don't know if we're going to talk about that a little bit, but it's a beautiful thing, bro. And here's what I told, I forget who I was talking to on X, but if we use them TNT fights as bait, put some good high action fights. Like, I mean, I think the Mason fight was great. The whole card was a little soft, but the Mason fight was solid. If we use that as bait, market the hell out of the big fights during that TNT hour and say, oh shit, there's something called the zone. Like, I think there's a way to make this work. But again, we got to be smart with it. We got to be smart with the matchmaking. We got to be smart with everything about it, the marketing. And I think it can only be good, bro. Only be good. More eyeballs can only be good. Boxing just got to do their thing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And that would be a good idea to use TNT as kind of like a segue.
Yeah.
For the zone, because even though a lot of people are going to the apps, there's still a large audience of people that still have regular TV, that still want that remote in their hand, that's still going to sit on the couch and still going to flip through. And you still want to make sure you involve those people.
100%. We're abandoning them right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. I know I got you for just a little bit longer. Now I'm gonna let you go real quick. That Abdullah Mason versus Albert Bell fight, bro. What was your take on that, man? How'd you enjoy that main event?
Bro, I've been going out hard lately saying we're entering a new era of American boxing, a new era that looks a lot like the old era, where we got fighters that have been touched, fighters who have seen adversity, fighters who have hit the canvas. Abdullah Mason being one of them. Look at our pound for pound list: Bam Rodriguez, Inoue not American, but David Benavidez, Boots Ennis. These guys get touched, but they're offensive minded first. and they're not sitting there trying to protect the lead the whole time. They're aggressive, and I think that's great for boxing. Yeah, our pound for pound list will still have a Shakur Stevenson. We've always had a Whitaker. We've always had a Floyd Mayweather. Those are masters. But the majority of the top names are slowly turning into offensive-minded first fighters. And we saw it again Saturday. Abdullah faced adversity, couldn't quite figure him out. Took the advice from his locker room, or from his corner, felt the pressure. And what did we see? A man go and attack. He went and attacked, bro. And I think he's 22 years old, bro. He's 22 years old. So think about that, dog. Like, think he still got grown man strength to go. His resistance is going to be better. Like, I am nothing but thrilled. For the people calling it an early stoppage, you can say that, but we were on our way to 114, 112 cards. Even if you give him the first 6, Albert Bell put up a hell of a performance. It was, that moment he'd been dying for. I think he put up a good name for himself. But at the end of the day, I think Abdullah Mason is in that elite category, and the future is right in his hands, bro. And I can't wait to see what he grows into.
Hey, man. Sounds good. I enjoyed the fight myself, bro. It was a good one. It was entertaining up until, the knockout happened, bro. I love it myself. My man, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. I know you're a busy man, so I truly, truly, truly appreciate you giving me just a little bit of your time to chop it up with your boy, man.
No, thank you for the invitation, bro. I hope you enjoyed what's left of your birthday. Hey, look, I'll tell you real quick, bro. I had to cancel a bunch of live streams this week because last Thursday my back just went out. Like, this is my first time talking. That's why I'm rambling so much. I got a lot I want to say. My bad.
No, go ahead, bro.
I had a cortisone shot last night or yesterday. Like, I'm in pain. It's finally getting a little bit better, which is why I was able to be here tonight. So do your stretches, do your exercising, bro. 40 has been great, but these random pains, my guy, they're real, bro.
Dang, man. Well, I appreciate the heads up, man. At least your back is feeling better, man. I got those days, even if I lay in the wrong spot for a certain amount of time, bro. I'm in pain. So I kind of know how you feel, man. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm needed a shot yet. Hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon, my boy. But
yeah, I'm praying for you, big dog. Just keep
for sure. Get some rest,
right,
my man. And we'll be talking. And like I said before, it was an absolute pleasure meeting you. And best of luck to you, my man.
Likewise, brother. Happy birthday. Talk to you soon, my guy.
Thanks again, bro.
Later, man.
All right. Telling y'all, hey, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. We getting people that's popping up. Well, not really pop up. They were invited. So, you know what I'm saying? I had to make sure I say, you know what? Let me find some people that I've met in this boxing thing that we done developed a good bond with. So you just met 2 of those people. Now, I don't know, like, that my next 2 guests, I'm not sure if they're going to make it. I don't know. We're going to see. Because I'm working on getting the champ in here, so it might get a little quiet. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Let me reach out to him real quick. It's actually his birthday too. That's a little hint, right? We share the same birthday, right? So let me see. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see. We're getting a lot of love today, y'all. A lot of love, man. I appreciate y'all for sure. For sure. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can video chat him this way, and then we're gonna see if I can. I doubt it. He's a busy man. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, y'all. I am going to drop the link. So I got some time. Anybody that's watching that wants to tap in, I'm going to drop the link for the stream in the chat. So if anybody wants to tap in and kick it for a little while, hey man, come kick it. Come kick it. So let me grab this link real quick. We're gonna put it in the chat, and let me do this. Hopefully, yes. Hopefully. Oh, all right. So it should be the link popping up. So anybody that wants to tap in and talk boxing, we got some time to chop it up before our next guest comes on. So let me do this real quick. Okay. All right. So yeah, man. Y'all leave me a comment. Y'all leave some comments. Let me know what y'all think about this upcoming matchup between Teofimo Lopez and Rolly Romero. The announcement is supposed to be official tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. August 22nd, T-Mobile Arena. Let me know what y'all think about that. But yeah, man, we just out here, non-alcoholic. Got to have a nice little backdrop. My uncle right there, rest in peace, uncle. You know, I got to have Mike right there, Sugar Ray Robinson over there, Muhammad Ali. Sorry, I've been trying to angle this, but as y'all can see, the light kind of shining in an awkward way. So that's why I've been turning and trying to get this thing set up right. Okay, I think we're good. All right. So yeah, I think it's about another hour, if I'm not mistaken, until the next guest arrives. So let me see. Yeah, it was cool meeting both of those guys in Brooklyn. Like the first guy you met, we met as the fights were happening, fight night. Good conversation, good people. Him and Broadway Joel, hopefully he's able to stop through a little later on. But we were enjoying the fights, man. Good people, good bond, good conversation. That was dope. And JJ, who y'all saw a little bit ago, cool meeting him as well. Met him through, guys that I met last couple fights that I was at. Shout out to Alfredo, shout out to Sal, shout out to Chris and those guys, boxing and barbecue. Met JJ through them. So as you can tell, good dude. Similar journey. So you got to respect anybody that puts the work in, man, that's willing to go through the ups and the downs and the grind. You got to respect it. You got to respect it. So shout out to those guys, man. Shout out to those guys for sure. But yep, I got some messages on my phone here. Let me see. Ah, okay. Okay. What I might do, y'all, is I might pause this thing. We might pause the stream and we might pick up when the uh, next guest arrives. Like I said, it's about an hour. So unless, let's see, we're gonna give it a little bit more, give it some more time. Let's see. But yeah, y'all, as y'all heard, Fight Week, as you can imagine, was amazing. The whole experience was amazing. Um, can't beat it. Can't beat it. Now I'm just blabbering on, y'all. Okay. All right, y'all. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna step away for a little bit. We're gonna let the stream go. Like I said, I'm gonna step away just for a little bit, and we will be back with the next guest, y'all. So hydration break. Look at it. Just look at it that way. Like my boy said a little bit ago. Hydration break. So don't go nowhere. Tap back in. I'll holler at y'all in a little bit. Peace. All right, y'all. I am back. I am back from a nice little hydration break, and I still have it's water in here. You know what I'm saying? But we are here, and we got our next guest in here. We're gonna go ahead and add him. So I met my boy in Norfolk. All right, at the Keyshawn Davis versus Nair Albright Part Two fight festivities, dog. All right. I got my boy KG that done tapped into the channel. My dog. How you doing, man? It's good to see you again, bro.
Can you hear me? Are we here?
Yes, we here now. Yes, sir.
What's going on with you, champ?
Hey, man. I'm getting old, man. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm living. I'm loving life, my man. How you doing, bro?
Cut it out, man. You say you're getting old, man. My birthday's Friday, man. I'll be 45. I'm 5 years from 50 now, man. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
happy early birthday to you, my man. For
I
sure.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And I like what you're doing here. I'm doing the same thing on Friday on my show. So if you and your people, y'all want to pull up, you know what I'm saying, and tap in, I'm gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna be doing the same thing as the US 6 Sports and Entertainment Hub. Um, we got a show we call Open Mic, and pretty much we balance it like a club. You know what I'm saying? Drinks are free. You know what I'm saying? But the menu gonna cost you. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, we're gonna do, you know what I'm saying, birthday edition. You know what I'm saying, with me over there, and I got a few fighters, and you know what I'm saying, that's showing up. Um, well, a few fighters, and I got a few personalities showing up. You know what I'm saying? They come show me some love. Hannah Gabriel's sent me a DM voice message, blessing me and telling me happy birthday and everything like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to her coming on the show, but she gave me an early birthday blessing, and I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, let me fix this camera because I'm seeing that I'm not even on camera.
Yeah, I was about to say I didn't want to cut you off because you was cooking. I was about to say I wonder if he know that
We're gonna
we can't really see him. Let me
we're
see.
gonna we gonna fix it. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Yeah, we're gonna get it together. Yeah, but other than that, man, what's going on with you, man? You know what I'm saying? You keep putting emphasis on that you're drinking water. I really don't believe you because those Dixie cups are stacked up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you see, usually when they stacked up, you already know what that means, bro.
You got
But
something in there.
yeah, well, it's a little early, but it's a little early for me right now, and I gotta stream for a while, so I gotta make sure I'm able to put my words together. I gotta make sure I'm able to have a somewhat decent conversation, man. And if I get a couple drinks in, man, ain't no telling what I might say on the stream. So in order to protect myself, in order to protect myself, dog, I say, you know what? I'm gonna just keep it strictly water for right now until I get off the stream later on. And they, bro, you already know I gotta have me. I gotta have me a birthday drink. Have you had your birthday drink yet?
I'm at work right now, and I just got done with my last class, and I think I'm gonna cut out and go do that. Go sit down at the bar, go have me a drink, start my birthday early because this is my last day at work until next. I come back next Tuesday. So yeah, so I'm thinking about doing that. And then look, you anybody that's listening can tell that you are into your 40s now because you're actually rationing and monitoring how and when you drink. Those are the moves of a 40, you know what I'm saying, a 40 something year old right there. You know what I'm saying? So hey, that you're already showing the early age of early signs of maturity. So shout out to you for that.
Hey man, it's at a point where now I know my lane. I know my lane. I know what I'm capable of. And it's like, bro, when you had there we go. I can see you now. But you know how it is, man. It's like when you have too many drinks at a certain age, it hits different than what it would when you were much younger. Sometimes it takes an extra day or two to get over those drinks. Versus before, shoot, man, you can go out partying all night, get you a couple hours of sleep, and then be right on the job in a couple hours.
Yeah, that bounce back be real easy in your 20s.
So it's a whole nother ball game, bro. So I'm like, let me just go ahead and let me just pace myself and let me just keeping water for right now, man. But we got a lot to chop up, man,
Oh yeah,
because
most definitely, most
I
definitely.
saw you during the fight week, but we didn't even talk about the fight. We didn't even talk about the Keyshawn Davis fight. So let's start there. What did you
Okay.
think about Keyshawn versus Nair Albright Part 2?
Nair Albright is going to give any and everybody issues because of his awkwardness. Like anybody, you know what I'm saying? So I talked to Keyshawn, and I think you were back there, you know what I'm saying, when Keyshawn had came back there doing the post fight interview. And I had my arm around his shoulder and I asked him, I said, bro, I said, I seen you doing the damn knockout dance. I said, what happened? He said, bro, he a tough motherfucker. Oh, you curse over here?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. He
Hey,
said, like, yeah. No,
go ahead. Let it fly. As far as I know, keep
nah, but he
the.
said he a tough motherfucker. He said he a tough motherfucker, man. He said some people you just can't knock out. And I told him, I said, but at the same time, I said, you did outclass him, you know what I'm saying? Because he couldn't find a gear. You know what I'm saying? You actually made the separation that anybody wanted to hang over your head from the previous fight, you know what I'm saying, when you tested dirty. I said, Neil Albright is gonna give anybody's problem because he's awkward. He looks fundamentally sound, but like I said, that build and the way he moves, he's going to be awkward. He's going to give anybody problems, and anybody that's less than Keyshawn, don't think them is a walk in the park because I doubt it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, but no, but it was a good fight. Keyshawn went out and did what he was supposed to do, and on to greater days. Hopefully, this Devin Haney fight gets made.
That was actually my next question. My next question was kind of leading into that. What is next for Keyshawn? Because speaking of Devin Haney, it's like Shakur's been trying to fight Devin Haney. And
Hmm.
then you got his brother Keyshawn. He's been trying to fight Devin Haney. And the WBO mandated Devin Haney to fight Keyshawn Davis.
Hmm.
So it's like not Shakur. Devin's in a spot where it's like, okay, do I defend the title? Or do I drop the belt potentially and fight Shakur Stevenson, which financially is a bigger fight? But boxing fans, we know we're gonna win either way
Hmm.
with both fights. So let me ask you, bro, what scenario do you see playing out, and what scenario would you like to see play out?
Some people, based off of how I talk when it comes to Devin Haney, DHP, I sound like a hater, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I just call it for what you know what I'm saying, for what I see, and that's what anybody is like. I'm no longer just like a fan of boxing. I'm a fan of fighters, but I don't have a particular fighter that I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying, spin narratives for and piggyback for. As far as Dev, his only focus should be what his mandatory is. He shouldn't be chasing for smaller weight guys like a Shakur or a Tank. You know what I'm saying? I understand the big paydays and everything like that, but I thought we was chasing legacy.
Mm,
I thought he was the legacy man. You know what I'm saying? Because
okay.
he's already put himself in position that he's able to make money. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He's able to make money. His dad is able to talk him into these rooms to get the money. What happened to the legacy? Why didn't you get the Lewis Crocker fight before Leon Pyro got to him? Why didn't you stay the course? You know what I'm saying? And then you said Rolly, the money was good when they first brought up Rolly's name, and then all of a sudden the money was no good. They said there's no guarantees, but no guarantees through PVC. But you were looking to then wheel and deal with G Money. So like I said, I think, you know what I'm saying, I call Bill Haney an opportunist. You know what I'm saying, he and like I said, he's doing what he's supposed to do as a manager, promoter, an inclusive father. He's doing what he's supposed to do. So I don't knock him for that. But at the same time, if we take him out of the equation, does Devin Haney get these big paydays? He's a good fighter. He would get into fights, but will he get the big paydays that his dad is able to talk him into? And like and if you were right there when we were talking to Bob Arum, I asked Bob the question, and I asked it twice because I was on the wrong side. Caregiver told me, he said, bro, he said he can't hear out of that yet. You got to come to the other side. And I asked him, I said, have you the business that you did with Devin Haney? I said, did you receive a return on an investment? Bob turned and looked at me. He was like, what? Hell no, like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think people are, you know what I'm saying, they'll kick the money up for Devin, you know what I'm saying, and DHP and everything, but y'all supposed to be a promotional company. Why y'all ain't putting no shows on yet? Why do y'all got to piggyback off of what the next person is going to do? Why y'all waiting on Turk? Can y'all not pull the trigger unless Turk says, I'm saying, the third fight? Then it's 30 million on the table for Tank. But why is that 30 million not still on the table for Keyshawn? Whether he gets the damn minimum percentage or 25%, like what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So that 30 million don't fall under Keyshawn's damn table. That fight can potentially go to purse bid. And then if it goes to purse bid, Top Rank gonna take it and they're gonna throw a funky $3 million at it. And then Dev's gonna be like, oh, I'm dropping the belt. And then it's gonna look like they have Top Rank with doing bad business. And you be like, no, we put up a purse bid. Nobody bid it more than 3 million. This is what we put up. This is what the fight is for. Keyshawn doesn't have a problem with that, I don't think. I think Shakur will be more pressed about the money. Tank will be pressed about the money. I think Keyshawn just wants the body of Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because Keyshawn's not at that 10-15 million dollar payday type deal. He's still working his way up to that. Now, some people might argue, like we were talking about legacy, some people might come back and say, well, a Shakur Stevenson fight with Devin Haney adds to his legacy. You know what I'm saying? People might say that's a legacy fight too.
You want me to respond to that?
Yeah, bro. Please. It's a conversation.
I have an issue with any and every fighter that calls down to a fighter when you have readily available bodies in your weight class.
Okay.
So I'm calling down to somebody to come up to a weight class that they never fought at. And then before you made it to that weight class, you fought at a catch weight. That's where the 144 came from. You know what I'm saying? And that's where, like, people got to understand. They say Keyshawn was willing. I mean, Shakur was willing to fight Conor Benn at 147 pounds. Conor Benn and Devin Haney are completely two different 147 pounders. Conor Benn is like the run of the litter. Devin Haney shows up 18, almost 19% damn heavier the night of fights. So they have to damn look at that. This dude is showing up 160, 165 pounds the night of the fight. And I'm not, and look, and bro, you've been to enough fights to see somebody that shows up heavy the night of the fight, but they look fluffy. They don't usually show up looking like action figures, all vascular and, you know what I'm saying, yoked. Devin is looking like he's packing on muscle 12 hours in between the fight. And I'm like, how? Yeah. So anybody that got a right brain, you know what I'm saying, can tell me, you know, can tell Shakur is moving this, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. Shakur plays a lot of games, but at the same time, bro, I know the type of time you on. And if I can't get you on a rehydration clause that you agree with, but I know you agree with a rehydration clause if Tank offers this fight, you agree.
Yeah.
Because I you know what I'm saying, because it's a damn shame, bro, how Tank has been MIA for, you know what I'm saying, however long, doing whatever it is he's been doing. But soon as he steps back on the scene, he stops traffic.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the frustrating thing, I guess, because I'm not biased, but I mean, let's be real. When it comes to a Tank is one of those names that when he's fighting, people are going to watch. He's one of those people, whether you like him or not, that's another conversation for another day. But Tank is one of those names that when he's on the headliner or when he's fighting, you want to watch. And it sucks because it feels like his prime years, we're not able to see some of those prime years because Tank is one of those. I want to see his whole prime. I need to see the whole prime, the whole body of work because he's that good. So I want to see his whole career play out. And it sucks for different reasons. We haven't had the opportunity to see that. You know, I know he's back on social media. He's back, you know, talking trash, and I like the trash talk, you know, because this is a fight game and all that stuff. But I want to see it result to him being in the ring. You feel me? Like I don't want to see him on the outside, just kind of just chirping from the sidelines. I want to see all this social media back and forth resulting to him getting back in the ring and us seeing him fighting.
I would love that to be the end result. You know what I'm saying? I just got off the phone with a fighter probably about 45 minutes ago. He called me last night and I didn't answer the phone on purpose because I really didn't want to talk to him because I was disappointed. So I called him back today because I had some time. So I called the kid up and I'm like, I said, bro, and I'm honest. I told him, I said, bro, I talked all kind of shit about you. I said, and I was waiting to talk to you to let you know. The kid was here in Virginia and I think we had his first 2 fights. He had 2 knockouts, and we was like, all right, cool. He got caught up in the whole money thing and like not recognizing that boxing is a poor man's sport. It still is, unless you're the top damn 1 to 2%. You know what I'm saying? So you still got to go get to it. He was thinking about money. He decided to relocate and relocated somewhere, and he let and I'm gonna say this, he let somebody on Shakur's team talk him into joining Team Combat League.
Really?
So he joined Team Combat League. I found out about it. Me and his trainers here, we spoke against it. We was like, bro, that's not the way to go right now. He was like, no, no, they talking about money. We was like, yeah, that's cool. But the thing is, you're overlooking one point. Your style does not translate to Team Combat League. This kid is too much of a boxer to be in Team Combat League. And if you watch Team Combat League, these guys, you got to get to it. Your foot got to be to the floor as soon as the bell, because you only got one round. So boxing is not something that you can hone. You know what I'm saying? You can stay on the whole time for 3 minutes. And this kid is a guy that he's technical. So he went down. He left here 2-0 as a professional boxer, and went down there, and I think he lost 7 fights in
Oh
Team
wow.
Combat League. Yeah, he lost all 7 of his fights in Team Combat League.
See, something like that can mess your career up, bro.
And that's what we tried to tell him. Now he's back. He's up in DC. He's training, and he's up there. I think he's training with Barry Hunter right now. And I was like, bro, I said, stop moving around. Trust the process. I said, you getting caught up in somebody showing you money or somebody saying that they can make this happen for you. I said, bro, these motherfuckers is looking to rob you. I said, boxing is still one of the most corrupt sports in the game. I said, so don't think because they smile in your face, they shake your hand, and they allow you to be in certain rooms that boxers and fighters are never usually really in. That don't mean they damn, you know what I'm saying? They got your best your best interest at heart.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, that's
And,
that's that's real, bro. Like we can go back to when I was young, the whole Mike Tyson story,
mhm,
just having the wrong people around him and guys like Tim Witherspoon, his story dealing with Don King and how he got blacklisted and all that. So um it sucks because it's such an amazing sport that
mhm,
unites so many people of so many different cultures. Like I truly believe outside of what I'm seeing with the World Cup, boxing is loved on a global, um, loved on a global level across
mhm,
the board. Because you got some areas they may not value certain sports. Like here we don't value soccer as much as Europe and things like that. But
that's funny
um,
because I have not watched not one game of the World Cup,
I've been
and I get
watching,
asked
bro.
those
I've been
questions.
watching it. It's
When I
it's
get asked,
entertaining. It's entertaining. I got to get them boys they props. But boxing is one of those sports that if you see a champion from wherever, the people are going to show up. Whether it's from the UK, whether it's from
mhm,
Japan, whether it's from Cuba, Mexico, Brazil, or whether it's Canada, like they're going to
mhm,
show up. And it sucks sometimes when you have that corruption, you have that black eye, and you have those things that are beyond our control that we have to kind of just have to sit back and deal with the good with the
mhm,
bad, I guess you can say,
mhm.
but that's boxing. That's boxing,
It
bro.
is. It is.
Um,
Look, and that's why I came up, you know what I'm saying, on my channel. I got my segment called Tales from the B side. That was the whole purpose of it. You know what I'm saying? To have
mhm.
people come on. And I think I told you when, you know what I'm saying, when I met you, that the premise of that show was created because of Michael Fox. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yep, yep,
Yep.
yep.
Based off of how he, you know what I'm saying, was being robbed with the fighters, with the skin gloves and dirty fighters and the judges, them like I said, so it was out of frustration, and then I came up with this, you know what I'm saying? So I've had the likes of uh, uh, Nick Iceman Scully on. I've had um, old school fighters like Randall Bailey. I've had Quentin Randall on, Cornflake Lamana,
Mhm.
my boy Johnny Rice. I've had Cedric Agnew. Um, but the crazy enough thing, man, is like I'm driving this in a direction, but it seemed like it's driving me into a direction that I'm not choosing, and I think it's choosing my platform is being heavily targeted by women boxing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I've been trying to support that now because it seemed like it's coming natural. I've had
Mhm.
I think the first woman I had on, I had Natasha Spence, WBA international champion. I had her on, and I had Hannah Gabriel's on. Hannah Gabriel's, I think my platform was the first one that she came and she actually broke down all of the whole VADA and the WBC poor due process that they performed and all the paperwork. You know, saying out and that she wasn't dirty and how she had signed off on extra paperwork and how Carissa Shields had avoided the rematch. So I've had her on. I've had Shadeja Green, Lanny Daniels, and I had look crazy thing. Lanny Daniels, I was supposed to have her long before she fought Shadeja Green, but when she fought her, it made me remember who she was. I said, "Damn, we got to go back and get her." So yeah, we had Lanny Daniels on. We got fights here in Richmond. I need you to come up here, bro. We got fights up here in Richmond, August 22nd.
Okay. What?
Yeah,
Who's the? Did we talk about that? Who's the promoter?
it's a small promotion, championship minded promotion right here in Richmond. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
asking because I talked with a dude in Brooklyn, and I think it's Lou DeBella.
yeah, Lou DiBella. Yeah,
He's supposed to be doing something in Richmond soon, right?
we were supposed to do some work with Lou, but um out of everybody that I had, you know what I'm saying, on my show, all the you know what I'm saying, from Tales from the B side, Lou DiBella name always either comes up somehow, and it's mixed reviews on Lou. So
Okay.
me, yeah, so me, I got mixed reviews on, especially with, you know what I'm saying, the people trying to actually do business with him here. So I kind of leave him alone until I actually see him for myself, so I can
Mhm.
actually, you know what I'm saying, ask him the stuff that I actually want to ask him. But no, we got championship minded promotions, and we're putting it on here, and our main event. I played a part in, you know what I'm saying, making the main event happen. We got Natasha Spence. She's coming to defend her title, and she's going to defend it against Precious. I'm gonna say her name wrong. Harris McCray. Precious is I think Precious is what, 5-1, and she's an up and coming middleweight fighter also. And they offered her the shot, and then they threw the title out there, and the sanctioning body, you know what I'm saying, they were with it. So we got the main event. We got her. We got a guy. His name's Henry Stewart. He's a cruiserweight. Henry's still undefeated. Henry was a bare knuckle fighter. I think he's had 30 plus bare knuckle fights, but now he's undefeated in professional ranks. I think what Henry is 9-0 right now.
Okay.
Then we got a hometown kid, Jamon Royster. He's going to be fighting. This is going to be his 12th fight. We got a few debuts. We got a few crossovers. If you familiar with the organization Street Beefs, some of those fighters have actually turned pro, and so we got some of those guys on the card also. So
Okay.
it's we I think we got a good night of fights, man. This is our third show. The first show was at the Main Street train station. The last one was at the Raceway, and then this one is on is a smaller venue that, you know what I'm saying, that we don't have to spend too much, but I think we can get at least about 1,000 bodies into it. So
That's
um
That's dope, man. I don't think we talked about that. I know me and you,
nah,
we talked extensively, like even after, the
mhm,
fight festivities when we were chopping it up at the bar at Waterside. Obviously, we had good conversation there, but I
mhm.
don't think we ever talked about you doing the promotional aspect of things, bro.
Because I think I was talking about my brand so much, the Usual Suspect Six. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's the huge, that's my baby right there. You know what I'm saying? The Usual Suspect Six. It started out originally. It was six of us. It was six guys got together, and we wanted to create a panel where we can talk about one subject, but you got six different point of views. You know what I'm saying? And of course, we're gonna debate. Of course, we're gonna argue. But at the same time, we wanted the listeners to come in and say, "Damn, I never looked at it like that," based off of somebody else's cook. So that, you know what I'm saying, turned into the actual brand. You know what I'm saying? So anything that you see like this, that what you see up here, Clean Fighter. You know what I'm saying? We had the Norman family wearing our Clean Fighter T-shirts. Um, because, you know what I'm saying, we try to promote clean fighters. Anybody that's clean, you know what I'm saying, we want to support you. If you dirty, we got a segment called a boxing dirty. If you've tested dirty more than once, we gonna out you, and we're gonna put you out and let the people know what you tested dirty for, what you were dirty for, who you are associated with. Like we like, bro, we try to keep it boxing to the degree that we're not talking about uh your legal issues or what money is made in your pocket. We want to actually talk about, you know what I'm saying, the actual fight. And then if something of controversy comes about, we gonna, you know what I'm saying, we want to point that out, but we don't want to murky up the waters by just trying to spin a narrative, say, oh well, Tank did this or Devin did. No, we want to give it to you the good, the bad, the ugly. That's why, like I said, I'm not fans of fighters. I love boxing, but I'm not. I try my best not to be fans of fighters because it'll make you be biased. It'll
Bingo.
make
That's it right there.
it'll
That's
make
it
you
right
be
there, bro.
biased.
And
Yeah.
it's something that I had to learn quickly because, like I was telling my boy earlier, when you meet people, one thing that we have in common, or one thing that I've experienced, is that people were like lifelong boxing fans.
Mm-hmm.
And it developed into a channel or a platform or whatever they have now. So it took, or at least for me, a little bit of a process to say, okay, you got to leave the fan aspect at home sometimes. Like I was at the Xander Zayas and Boots fight, screaming, going crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Using that being a fan, man.
Bro, that third round, bro, I couldn't help it. The third round is because it looked like Boots was hurt, and you know when you've been watching boxing for 30 some plus years, bro, and you're there to experience something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be in the moment, man, and that's where I was. But going back to what we were saying as far as being biased, man, like it's a hat that I gotta say, all right, bro, like. I got Terrence Crawford walking past me, or I was a big Shane Mosley guy. You got Shane Mosley walking right in front of you. So it's like you're here to do a job. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you handle your business type deal. But man, I'll tell anybody what we're doing, like our ability to cover boxing and the media aspect. I feel like it's the best job in the world, man.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. I wouldn't trade anything for it, man. As far as the show that you have that we were talking about, Tales from the B-Side.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a weekly show? Is that a couple times a month? What's the schedule look like? Because once we're done with this stream, obviously it's going to be posted. People are going to go back and watch. And I want people to see this, to see you and say, okay, let me tap into my man's channel.
Mm-hmm.
What's the schedule looking like on that show?
Well, to take from what you were saying about this being a great thing, how we are able to be at these events and meet these fighters and everything like that. I wish this could be a weekly thing, but I can't get fighters and personalities like that, especially those that are relevant, especially in the pocket. Like if I, you know what I'm saying, like when I did a Shadeja Green interview, matter of fact, to go back to that, I did a Brian Norman Sr. interview, and the numbers that did, I can't turn around and do somebody that people don't know right after that. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
Yeah, so I gotta try to. I can't find somebody that's just as high as Brian Norman Sr., but at the same time, I gotta find somebody that has some motion going. You know what I'm saying? And then like that, and that's what it turns into. I try to find motion, and then I try to find a pocket, and I can just try to ride with it. Like if you got a fight coming up, and I know you're a B-side, I might reach out to you, or I might call you up and say, "Hey man, you know this guy?" And if you know him, I'll be like, because. And I'm gonna ask you this when I get done because it's funny, but it's serious, but it's actually funny. But the show is scheduled every Sunday. It's supposed to be scheduled every Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on, you know what I'm saying, on some Sundays. But like I said, I tell people, I said, when y'all see me start posting it, because I put myself in a rotational way when I start doing promo and everything. So when y'all start seeing the commercial come out, you're gonna see this. Look, you see that keyhole in the back of my damn screen? When that keyhole pop up, that's letting you know, hey, it's another episode of Tales from the B-Side. You know what I'm saying? That's about to be coming up. But I got that show that's on the same channel. I have the US6 Sports and Entertainment open mic, like I told you, and that's a random. That's random. We might pop up and just pop up because something might have happened in, you know what I'm saying, in boxing news, and then we'll come up with a menu. Like right now, like we just took Clarissa Shields. We called her the Curry Quote. That was what her name. That was what her topic was on the menu. We finally took it off because people getting tired of it, because they getting tired of her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the point that I was to tell you about management and everything, I was calling around, and you might know. Do you know who Robson Consecchia's manager is?
Who his manager is?
Yeah. Well, why you think of that? I want to shake that man's hand when you know what I'm saying, when I cross paths with him, because he got a title fight against Raymond Mataya coming up. How does Robson keep getting put in the fights, man? Who owes him favors?
Dog,
Ro-
who's better, him or Kirk Cousins' agent? I don't know
man,
who's better, dog.
bro,
Either him or Kirk Cousins' agent, man, because they
you know
both.
who better, you know who a better agent manager than both of them?
Who's that?
Whoever damn Jay Cutler's manager is, agent is.
Oh, we going back now, dog. Nah, matter of fact, Bobby Bonilla.
Oh damn,
Whoever Bobby Bonilla's agent is signs the GOAT. My man
he
is
still get paid.
still getting paid.
Still
He's
get
still
paid.
getting paid. My man's been retired for I don't know how long, man. But
And look, I want to shake Rolly's manager's hand too, because I'm like, I said, look, I have been saying this. I said when Rolly's was with TMT, I said somebody owes Rolly favors. I said either Rolly is one step away from the sheriff coming and changing the locks on his door, and he out on the curb. I said, or somebody damn owes Rolly some favors. I said, because how does Rolly keep getting into damn fights? Now he's on pay-per-view. Main event Rolly.
We have an excuse now. This particular, because he's a champion. That's the excuse that we have now. But as a matter of fact, since I got you for a little bit longer, let's talk about it. They just dropped the news. Teofimo Lopez, Rolly Romero, August 22nd, T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. How's it gonna go, my boy? Early prediction. What you think?
That's an awkward fight for Tio.
It is.
And Rolly, it doesn't matter with your awkwardness or with your if you're fundamentally sound with Rolly. Rolly's just, you know what I'm saying, looking to be Rolly. Rolly looked better in his last couple fights because he was actually, you know what I'm saying, trying to get behind the jab. Rolly could get this fight, bro, because T.O. fights in spurts. He fights in spurts, so he don't have a consistent. He tries to be like a flash fighter. That's what I call Boots, but Boots is more so rhythm. You know what I'm saying? It's a rhythm. You know what I'm saying? T.O. he fights in spurts because he's looking for that flash. He doesn't have anything that he consistently does. That's the thing about it. And Rolly is going to be in his chest the whole time, whether he's missing, he's roughhousing, or you know what I'm saying, whatever. Rolly's just going to be there. He's going to be there. He's going to give him a problem. And if T.O. can't do something consistently, Rolly might get him. Right now, early prediction, I got Rolly winning this fight.
Woo! Early prediction, man. You coming out swinging. You coming out swinging on the predictions, bro.
Look. Rolly ain't never doubted himself and said, "Do I still got it? Yeah." Rolly got knocked out by Tank and came back like nothing ever happened.
But here's my take on it is what Rolly shows up. Is it gonna be the one that fought Ryan Garcia, or is it the one that fought that old man Ishmael Barroso that was giving him fits? That old man was giving him fits, dog, and it was a bad stoppage also. So it's like what Rolly Romero shows up, because if it's the one that fought Ryan Garcia, okay, well, we got us a good fight. But I'm telling you, man, that when he fought Ishmael Barroso, I don't know if we can cuss on YouTube. Hopefully, but that old man was on his ass.
But look, that wasn't Rolly's first gift. You know what his first gift was, right?
What's that?
The Dominican guy, Jackson. What is his last name? I can't remember his last. Yeah, it's Jackson. Something, because he lost the very next fight against them. What's the guy? The other Dominican guy, Banana.
Rosario.
Yeah,
Rosario.
Jackson.
Yeah, Jason Rosario.
And he lost that fight, but they raised Rolly's hand. I said, bro, Rolly got outboxed in this fight. Mm-hmm. Like, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I hate to see, man. And I think that's what grinds my gear mostly. Like when I see results, like we were talking about, I heard you talking about earlier with a gentleman. You were talking about Abdullah Mason and Prince Albert Bell. Mm-hmm. Albert Bell, bro, they were looking to put the fix in regardless, because if you looked at those scorecards, they had him down on the scorecards. I was like, wait a minute.
But the score discrepancy was crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm looking like, man, ain't no way, dog. Like, you can sit there as a professional judge and watch that fight and come up with those scores.
Mm-hmm. So that, like, and then the knockdown that stopped the fight, he got pulled down and the referee didn't even count. Mm-hmm. Didn't count. I was like, whoa, where was he incapacitated that he couldn't get himself together. That the referee said, "No, I'm not even counting. This is over." I said, man, I hate that. I hate it. I hate that. Look, funny shit. You remember when we was talking to Bob and y'all were throwing names and Scooter Davis' name came up? Does Bob know who Scooter Davis is now?
I think he does now, man. It was so awkward. Somebody asked him about it. So for those of y'all that may not be familiar with the story, during we were all talking, or Bob was talking with the media in Norfolk, and someone asked him about Scooter Davis, a fighter that they had just signed at the time, and Bob looked in confusion to all the media members that were around and was like, who is that? And then they tried to give him some hints as to who he is to help jog his memory. And it wasn't happening at all, man.
I don't think he remembers him now.
I think he knows. I think he knows now.
Not with that performance.
But that I was just getting ready to say he may know who he is, but that performance was not good at all, bruh.
Do we blame matchmaking for that? Because they put him in there with a guy that wasn't a puncher, but savvy enough to make adjustments to turn into a Scooter mirror.
But we also know that Top Rank is probably the best when it comes to making their fighters look good. Like they don't throw their fighters in there with just anyone. Now,
so you saying Scooter fumbled? He fumbled looking good.
I don't think he was the best version of himself that night, which happens. But I want to see what happens in his next fight. Is this going to be a consistent thing, or was this just a bad performance? Because we all know those happen. You run into those fighters, or you run into those bad matchups, and you can't get rid of them. Shushu Carrington just had one.
Yeah, so back.
Yeah, so it's like those things happen. But I want to see, like I said, was it just a one-off? Was it just a weird matchup for him? Or is he not as special as we think he is? But at some point, we got to find out, bro. At some point, we got to find out how special he is or he isn't.
They're going to find out the very next fight, bro, because I was telling you, I got a guy that works next to me. He's a friend of Scooter Davis' family. And I told him, I said, bro, he was fighting on Jeter Promotions. They was outsourcing him fighting on Jeter. I said, they finally put him under the lights. I said, he has to perform. I said, I'm not saying he has to knock the guy out. He has to be devastating, but he has to perform. After that fight, I said, bro, that's not what that ain't it. I said, I think he might have messed himself up. He said, what you mean? I said, because Topper ain't going to put him in the fight with actually somebody tougher next time around. I said, if he can't show improve there, I said, bro, you already got people looking at him saying, bro, he ain't taking boxing serious. He want to be a rapper. He want to be singing and dancing and shit. So, like I said, I ain't got nothing against the kid. I remember I interviewed the kid before, you know what I'm saying, like before he had even grew his hair out. If you know the guy, a guy named Light Skin Lou Peterson, that's he's Anthony and Lamont Peterson older brother. He has a channel like what is it, Nighttime with Light Skin Lou? I think that's the name of the channel. But he we interviewed him. I did the very first interview with the kid. I think he was like 2-0. So I've been keeping up with the kid, but as far as them saying he's special and all that box aerobic stuff that he's doing, I'm like, bro, you got to be able to bring that and translate that to the ring. I said, because this guy was in front of you. I said, and you thought you can utilize power with everything. I said, bro, that's not what it is. I said, I was surprised Barry Hunter was allowing that. Yeah. So, yeah, but so
I mean, with Scooter, I think one of two things are gonna happen if performances like that continue to happen, and one of them is, like you said, they're gonna put him in the ring with someone tougher, and it's gonna be bad for him. Or Top Rank is gonna look at him and say, "You're not a draw," and not renew the contract. And if your other promoters like Matchroom, Queensberry, Golden Boy, PBC, all those other ones, what are you like? Are you going to be interested in him as well after seeing that performance? So it really puts him in a tough spot, bro. The only thing that can really help him at this point is just a better performance.
That's all. That's
is
all.
because,
You still
like they
young.
say in boxing, you're only good as your last performance. So he can come out and he can have a dazzling knockout, be sensational, and I don't want to say all is forgotten, but in a case like you can kind of get away with a lazy performance if you come. I don't want to say lazy, but a not really great performance if you come back with a dazzling knockout. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that's kind of the position that he's in, is that he's
Mm-hmm.
going to have to he's gonna have to prove something. He's gonna have to prove something in his next performance, man. So we'll see. Before I let you go, man, let the people know, where can we find you on your social media platforms, bro?
Man, you can find me here on YouTube at US6 Sports and Entertainment Hub. I'll send you the link. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I put it in the chat. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? You can find shirts like, because look, that was our creation of Brian Norman Jr. with the shirt over his head.
Oh, that's
The
supposed
Devin
to
Haney, yeah, with the that's where that came from. From when the security pulled the shirt over his head. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, during that scrum. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where
That's
that
dope.
idea came from.
That's
So shirts like that and anything that's US6 merchandise can be found at shop US6. I'm sorry, shop usual suspect 6.com. And then we also have, you know what I'm saying, our regular site where we post news and stuff, usual suspect 6.com, or you can find our news on my page, K underscore on IG, or the main actual US6 page, the US6 on IG. You can find all our news there. We try to, you know what I'm saying, we're trying to build ourselves to actually being a reliable source, because the news that we get is no fluff. You know what I'm saying? We try to shoot it directly at the target. Um, no bias. Your favorite fighter can, you know what I'm saying, get shot. The worst fighter, the guy that everybody hates, can be praised based off of performances alone. You know what I'm saying? We do rankings, quarterly rankings, where we do pound for pound. Sometimes we may do different weight classes. Um, August 29th, we got season 4 of our US6 fight pool. We got 12 weeks of boxing picks that we do. It's pretty much it's just to bring real boxing heads together. It's a $15 buy-in, and it's only a one-time fee. So after 12 weeks, um, winner takes all. So whatever the pot accumulates to, winner gets the whole pot. We have a prestigious jacket that we will personally make for you, and you get a jacket. You get paid, and you get the recognition of being a crystal ball holder of, you know what I'm saying, of knowing um, boxing for real. Me, I was season three's winner. You know what I'm saying? I had a 79% win rate. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
So yeah, so I did my thing. I think we had maybe 25 people, and that's $15 a head. So I made, you know what I'm saying? I made that bag. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
so y'all tap into that.
Yeah.
And that, like, so I'm saying, so on IG, go to US6 on IG, and y'all can tap in there. Y'all can sign up. The first fight is a play-in spot. Y'all get to play against me the week of July 27th, when the Earl Spence and Tim Zoo card, and Anthony Joshua and Christian Pringa and the Stephen Fulton fight. So if you can beat the champion, you know what I'm saying, y'all get a free slot, you know what I'm saying, without having to pay, and y'all get to move on in. Season 4 will be starting August 29th. So, um,
29.
yeah, so tap into any damn thing that I just ran down, US6, any damn thing that, like, these lines, you can't really see them, but anything you see these lines on, bro, you know what I'm saying, that's usually where I'm going to be. Um, Anything that my brothers are going to be on, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to be there. Your boxing fix, my guy, you know what I'm saying? So anytime you need me to pull up, man, bro, just hit me up, see if I got the time. I love talking boxing, man. So if you give me something, you throw something out there, I'm gonna give you the boxing. I'm gonna talk my shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way it's gonna be. But y'all see my name on the screen. It's KG. And everybody calls me the good doctor, because for some reason I work at a hospital, but I don't do medical shit. But they call me the good doctor, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, the boxing. Sometimes my takes sound a little clinical, and other times it's just me talking shit.
Hey, That's what, and that's why I had to have you. That's why I had to have you up here. I said, man, I'm doing this stream. I gotta have my dog KG up here so that way he can talk his shit a little bit. We can chop it up, man. Because like I said, we chopped it up, and
Mm-hmm.
Norfolk, it was good conversation. So we had to continue the good conversation here, my man. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to come up here and chop it up with me, man. And vice versa. If there's anything I can do to help out your channel, whether it's a show or whatever the case may be, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know, and I'm there.
That's what's up, man. Hey, I appreciate you. Appreciate you inviting me to your platform, and happy birthday to you, man.
My man, happy
Hey,
birthday to
hey,
you as well, dog. Us cancers are the best, man.
and it's past 5 o'clock somewhere, man. Put the water down, man. You can go and get you a sip of something, man. Because I'm about to go. I'm about to go do that right now, my damn self. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go get me something to eat and go take me a damn drink or something. You know what I'm saying? Give me
Yes,
a nice good old fashioned. That's
I'm
exactly
about.
what I'm gonna
Hey,
do.
I'm gonna have one soon enough, my man. I'm gonna let you go. I truly appreciate you once again, and we'll be talking, my man. Stay blessed.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right, brother.
All right.
See what I'm saying, dude? It's a celebration. I know there was some gaps. As far as guests, but hopefully pretty soon there won't be a long wait time in between guests. We can at least have a smooth flow. I know this was up there before. I ain't get a chance to acknowledge some of these messages, so I appreciate you, Pristine Sports Network. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your boy getting old. Friend, the homie, I will hopefully be talking with you later on. Hopefully she will be tapping in as well. So it's cool to get the messages. It's cool to see the faces, have the conversations, and all that fun stuff. So our next guest should hopefully be tapping in soon. He's going to be tapping in from the West Coast. Is going to be a young boxer. All right, so we are just waiting on him. So while we're waiting on him, I'm going to step away real quick. I got to use the bathroom. So I shall return, hopefully with a guest. So see y'all in a bit. All right, y'all. So, quick update on the guest that was supposed to tap in. My man is getting some blood work done. All right, for his boxing license. So, unfortunately, my man Esteban Ali Garza is not going to be able to join us, but you will see him on the channel very soon. So, we got us a nice little hydration break for a little while. And we got a guest that should be coming on. Let's see. He was okay. So we should have someone around 9. All right. So we got us a gap. So get you a little, you know what I'm saying? Get your favorite beverage, favorite snack, whatever. And I'll see y'all in a little while. Hold up, y'all. Wait a minute. So I sent I'm back, by the way, as you can tell. I sent a little message to my homeboy to see if he wanted to tap in on the stream for a little bit, and hopefully he can hear me. Yo. He sent me a message saying eating dinner. Oh, okay. Well, he's eating dinner, so we'll see. I got another guest coming on around 9:00, so hopefully my boy will be able to join us later. So we'll see. So y'all stay locked in, and I'll see y'all here in a little while. All right. I think. Let's see. He was just in here, and now he's gone again. We'll see.
Chris.
My man.
What
My
up?
man.
What up?
What are you eating, bro?
I got a bag of
Let's
chicken.
start there, man. What are you
Let's
eating?
start there. Yeah, you know, wifey got to cook it up. You know, a little barbecue chicken. You got the kid. They
My
just finished
man,
practice.
what up?
You
What
know, you
up,
doing
bro?
conditioning, now doing football. Y'all live. Y'all are on stream, on live stream.
Y'all
right
are
now.
on stream. Y'all are live on the internet
All
now. Right now, as we speak.
All right,
No,
hey,
you
back
got
up,
glasses?
no. These are meta glasses, so I can hear you doing.
You stunting.
But I'm starting. You know, hey, look, I see you starting, man. My man's out here. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be eating on the live stream, but this is how we keep it real.
Hey,
Uh,
do your thing, bro.
Stop.
Do your thing, man.
Look,
I appreciate you tapping in, bro, and kicking it with me for a little while, man. I got you for you cool for about 30 minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes?
I'm chilling. They want to play Uno. Y'all go take a shower. When y'all done, we can play Uno. All right.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
my man, we got a lot to unpack. It's been a minute. since we talked, man. Did you get a chance to see the Xander Zayas Boots Ennis fight at all?
I saw Boots Ennis smack him up. Boots got rocked once, right?
Yeah.
From what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
And he did what he was supposed to do. He held and, got through it, but that was a one-sided butt whooping. I saw another fight that got stopped pretty early. What fight was that it was an early stoppage?
It was on that same night? That same card?
Was it? No, gosh, what's my man's name? Muhammad. What's the young boy in the lightweight division?
Abdullah Mason?
He has a couple. Yeah, Abdullah. I'm sorry, I said Muhammad. Abdullah Mason.
Yeah.
That fight got stopped early. Fight got stopped early.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. And actually, me and my boy, we were just talking about that. We were like, was it stopped early because, like, Abdullah, they wanted Abdullah to win the fight. I say that because he's the young star. It's in his hometown. He's the champion. So it was like he had Albert hurt. And I guess that was an opportunity for the ref to get in there and stop it. But I felt so bad for Albert Bell, man, because he fought a good fight, bro. He was undefeated. He stepped in at a last, like, he was a late replacement. And to see
he was pushing him.
So
he was pushing him. He was pushing Mason hard. Like, Mason really couldn't get nothing off for a minute.
But one thing I do like about what Mason did, though, bro, is that when his corner kind of gave him, like, the urgency is like, yo, bro, you're losing this fight, or there's a chance you might lose this fight. He got more aggressive. Like, he tried to press the action. Like, a lot of times, bro, we'll be watching boxing or MMA or whatever sporting event, and you see somebody might be down and they don't show that urgency. It's like they don't show that they really want to win the fight, or they're not showing that they're losing the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. And it reminds you of when Crawford, when they told him he was down against Sean Porter and he got the knockout, right? Very reminiscent. But let me tell you, happy birthday, my bro. Happy birthday, man.
I appreciate it.
And I've been watching the channel grow. I've been watching we know each other for a long time. But people, they see the success. They see you out there with Eddie Hearn, they see you out there with DAZN, they see you out there with all these big brands and these people and Bob Arum. And now you're really out there in the mix with the channel. But what they don't see is the 7 years that you've been building this channel piece by piece, follower by follower, video by video. So now that we sitting and you at the table, literally you are at the table with legendary people in the boxing world, and you mixing it up. I'm just really proud to see what you've built, and I respect it so much. And obviously the people that you're associated with and other brands and in the boxing community, they ride with you, man. They respect what you're doing. So congratulations and happy birthday, my brother.
My man. You know what? In the beginning of the stream, I said that one thing people are going to see throughout the course of the stream is different aspects of my life. They're going to see people that I met through the boxing platform. They're going to meet people through my neighborhood. They're going to meet people that I look at as family. And like you said, bro, we've known each other forever. And one of the things that I'm blessed to have is people around me that are good people that help me bring out the best in me. Like, I look around and you're doing your thing, and shout out to my boy Alex that's doing his thing. I mean, so many people that we can name that are doing great for themselves. And it's like, when you're close to those people and all those people are all doing great things, you have no choice but to make your stamp in some kind of way, right? We're sitting around and we're having conversations now, bro. We're 40 years old now. we're 40 plus, so sitting
You're,
around.
hold on, this is your 40th. Oh, I thought you were 39. You 40. Welcome to the club, my boy. Welcome to the club. How's your backs feel?
It hurts. Okay, it hurts.
Are you getting out of bed a little slower these days, right?
Man, bro, listen, man. I was feeling that at 39. It was to a point where, bro, even if I think I told you this, even if I lay the wrong way for an extended period of time, I'm in excruciating pain. You know
I will tell you, man. I think, for the last 6-7 months, man. I mean, I've been, I was a collegiate athlete, and just working out every day, really lifting, doing functional fitness, really just like eating right and just living right. I mean, at this point, man, I mean, that's what we got to do. And, this is an athletic channel, so of course we promote that. But I think that anybody once we hit these, over 35, man, you really got to be clocking the hours in the gym, and all you can really do is pray for, health and longevity at this point, because we're right at that midlife if we're lucky. Right.
Yeah, that's real, man. And isn't it crazy how fast how fast we got to this point? Because it seemed like yesterday, and obviously, for those of y'all that may not know, I went to middle school with this man. I went to high school with this man. So we've been through different chapters of our life. We've gone through different chapters of our life, it seems like, together. We became fathers around the same time.
No, you were way before me, bro. This man. Your kid's about to be out of high school, man. I got a 12-year-old. That's my oldest. Yeah.
But our like my son and your oldest, they're not that far apart, but
they're not too far.
I'm saying all that because it's crazy how life has happened and we're at this point now. You know what I mean? It was a joke years ago when we would talk about, man, when we're 40, I'm still gonna be talking trash. I'm still gonna be doing this, and then you look and here we are, bro.
Still talking shit. You know what I mean?
I'm still, yeah. I feel great. I feel blessed. Like I said, I got great people around me, man. Great family, great friends, great nephews. Seen them in the back. Love my boys. So there he is. Hey, man. What's you nervous for, man? You a young star.
He can't hear you. I'm on the glasses. Oh, he
can't hear me?
He's a dynamite baseball player, hard worker, but he knows you got to put in work. Just like whatever you're doing, you got to put in work, and that's why I think with this channel it connects with so many people, because boxing is just one of those sports that not only do you cheer for your countrymen, but they putting their life on the line, man. And people, like, I don't watch, I was a wrestler. I don't watch a whole lot of other sports outside. I watch my kids play baseball and football. I watch them wrestle. But when cats is really going out, these people are risking their life, and that's one thing I can't say, man. You're moving with it with respect, and the fighters respect you, and you respect the fighters, and that's really how I feel like media should really be in athletic spaces. It's respecting the athletes, but boxing is that ultimate, man. It's that ultimate blood sport, and but yeah, you doing it, bro.
I appreciate it, but you understand the grind, and I think the reason why this channel may connect with you more so than any of our other friends. Not to say it doesn't connect with them, but I'm saying that because you were a wrestler at a high level. You understand what goes into getting into or going at or operating at a certain level, getting to a certain level, winning at the highest level.
The cardio. It's really the cardio, and the training is very similar, but the difference with boxing is you getting punched in the face. That's a whole nother level of because a lot of those wars are happening in the gym. You see cats fighting fights and stuff, but you don't see like how many rounds they did in the gym, the wars they had to go through, the people who walked through the door that they had to challenge. And it's the same thing on the mat wrestling. You know, you wrestle every day, you box every day. So I definitely, you know, I feel it. It's in my blood, you know, combat sports. But But I'll tell you, one of the best moments, some of the best moments I've had watching boxing have been with you and your family. And Mr. Carl, your dad, you know,
Man, you
I
know
might
what?
I might come to the crib and I might be like I'll go for the other fighter just so that I can have that verbal back and forth with your pops.
No, he loves it. He
Yeah.
loves watching the fights. Just like always, man. And whenever you come by to watch it, it just makes it that much better. He loves it, man. And I remember
Yeah.
watching the Canelo Crawford when we did that live stream, and we had
Yeah.
400. I don't know how many people that were watching at that one time, bro.
Yeah.
And it was just a blast. And then my dad came in and appeared on the stream afterwards. And I showed him, and he thought that was the coolest thing in the world, bro. So we gotta do that again, man. We gotta have a fight night where
we gotta
you
run it back. What's the
come
fight?
through and- yeah, man.
Who's fighting
we gotta
next?
have a
What's
fight
the
night.
biggest? What's the big fight right now? Like,
Well, the next biggest one is gonna be probably Tiafimo and Rolly. But there's a possibility that Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney might.
hey, I saw that.
You know
I
what
saw
I'm
the
saying?
tweets that went out. Yeah. What do you think? So has that fight been signed? Like, where are we at with that?
So the WBO, they pretty much came down with the order. So there's a certain time period that Keyshawn Davis's camp and Devin Haney's camp have to come to an agreement as far as the fight and everything. I think it's 20 or 30 days. And if that doesn't happen, pretty much at that point, the WBO is going to intervene and say, okay, we're going to purse bids. Whoever bids the highest or whatever promoter bids the highest, they're going to put the show on, and the purse bid is going to be in favor of Devin Haney, like 75-25 split.
Wow.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah, he's kind of in a position where he's to keep that belt. He's probably going to have to fight Keyshawn is what it's looking like, because if he wants to do something else, he's going to have to drop the WBO belt, because his obligation now is Keyshawn Davis for real.
What do you see happening in that fight?
Well, my pops thinks Devin Haney. He thinks Devin Haney's experience. Yeah. He thinks his experience, because Devin's been in the ring with top guys already, like Lomachenko and people like that. So he likes Devin Haney by decision against Keyshawn. But it's one of those fights, bro, like we might end up finding out how good Keyshawn is. Like, we may not really know right now how good Keyshawn is, because nobody really bought it out of him yet.
And I'm gonna tell you, like, you know, they can whisper his name, like Drake say, but Ryan Garcia is not a joke
At all.
And you know, we talk about a lot of these fights. Like, honestly, like, I'd rather see Ryan Garcia fight all of these guys because of his speed, his star power. He's the biggest star in the weight class, right? Next to Tank.
I would say, like, as far as mainstream, yeah. But as far as like within the boxing community, obviously Shakur is like the better fighter and people like that. But if you look at like mainstream, because Ryan Garcia is doing the whole streaming thing now. He's up there with them.
So is AB. So is AB. He a billionaire again. You see that? He said we back. Yeah. He said they thought I was dead. We back.
Bro, you know what? Streaming might be his. It might be his best avenue, man. To be honest with you.
Dude, he is hilarious.
He
That's
don't
all.
need, he don't need
But
to he don't need to fight no more, man, because like he was hilarious as a boxer. Like remember he had people brush
the
his
can
hair.
man. Yeah. Oh my god. Like hold on. Did he like hold on when he did the hairbrush thing? When he like, I know we've been together. He like act like he was proposing to his girl. Like
Yeah, bro.
I
Like
know we've been together for a long time. Will you brush my hair?
he was doing. He was like talking crazy to like Paulie Malignaggi's girl and all that. Like he was.
Don't brag about taking my side piece. Don't brag about taking my side piece.
And he had a crowd. They were like, "Oh!" Like everybody was so disappointed and so disgusted.
But I will say, I did see a video of, and I wish AB the best of luck. And nobody wants to see nobody fall from grace. But I'm glad that he's coming back, and he's very entertaining on stream. But there was a clip of Paulie Malignaggi after their fight, after all that beef, hugging him and telling him like, "Yo, make sure you got the right people in your corner. Make sure you put money away," and really giving him well wishes. So I mean, it just shows Adrian Broner is a good dude. Enough people really do like. You can't come back like that through streaming if you don't actually have good relationships with people and you're not a very likable person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Broner he's a special person, and I think he has a lot to offer. And a comeback, it's almost like a Mike Tyson comeback, but not even in boxing, right?
Yeah, the bounce back is crazy. The bounce back has been like it needs to be studied, bro. Like I'm happy for him, but I guess like I'm kind of torn too, bro, because his issue is alcohol. So it's tough seeing him on stream doing the same thing that like got him in a rough spot. But also too, he's a grown man. At the end of the day, he's a grown man and he's gonna do what he wants to do.
Well, I think that like I saw a clip of him with some shorties, and he was drinking juice, and they was like clowning him for drinking juice. like my man was drinking water or something. It's some juice, and they were like mad at him about it.
Eating like fruit. He was eating fruit and drinking water, and you were clowning him.
No. This was a different clip. Like he had two girls, and they took a sip of his drink, and they're like, "That's juice," and they was clowning him, and it was almost like he was embarrassed that he wasn't drinking a drink. But I was like, he was just trying to be healthy at the moment. But yeah. I think that through all this publicity in the stream, I think that Adrian Broner is gonna make and I hope and I pray that he makes a complete life change turnaround. And just gets the health part together. I'm glad he's getting his money though.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, like when he was a boxer, I enjoyed watching AB fight. He for a while, man, people was like, "Is he the next Mayweather?"
Yeah.
And it's been a roller coaster ride for him for sure. He was at the top, obviously, on the way down, and he's on his way back up. So, like you said a little bit ago, bro, I hope he's able to get his money. I hope he stays healthy.
Yeah.
One thing that you can tell on the stream, though, is that he's a kind-hearted person, because I saw on stream, like, somebody called him and was like, "Yo, I'm going through a rough spot," and he's like, "All right, I'm going to send you this."
Yeah.
And
no, he's a good dude.
It sucks because people like that get taken advantage of.
For sure. I've never, now that I think about it, because you see it with a lot of athletes, I've never seen a crazy scandal with AB. I think he just has his ways. He go about his business, but I ain't never heard nothing crazy about AB.
Yeah. No,
when you really think about it, he has a very, very clean record. Yeah, everybody has demons and issues, but for the most part, I mean, he's doing his thing, man. I mean, what else was it? Dean the Great, the guy that he's doing with, shout out to him too. Yeah. Because he put him on.
Mm-hmm.
He put him on in a major way, and shout out to him, man. That's good stuff. But I don't know who is more. What's that?
Oh no, I was just gonna say to kind of piggyback off that. I was just gonna say he could have very easily turned his back once AB started drinking heavily and, having those arguments on camera and all that stuff, he could have very easily pulled the plug and be like, yo, I'm not trying to deal with this.
All right, who has a funnier stream? And this is I think AB takes it, but who's funnier? AB or Rampage? Which stream is better, bro?
That's a good
Rampage is funny.
Rampage is very funny, dog. Man, that's a good question, bro.
But Rampage been doing it for a minute. AB just came on the thing and he's already kind of taken over. I haven't even been watching Rampage's stream because I'm watching AB and Dean.
Yeah, and what's crazy, like they've both been funny for a while. Like Rampage been funny for a minute, AB been funny for a minute. So it's like you got two dudes that's been naturally funny that now have a platform. But bro, I can't answer that one, man, because like Rampage, that's a funny dude too.
I give it a draw.
Yeah, for sure. They got two of the most popular streams out there for sure, though. There's no debating that, and it's something when you see athletes that were at the top of the food chain in their particular craft, they're going to podcasts and they're going to, they're going to interviews, they're doing that. So that tells you like that's the kind of world that we're living in now. That's what things are going towards. These podcasters now are making more than the athletes are.
They making money. He got back millions. I don't pocket watch, but he said it online. He a millionaire again. He went from broke to millionaire again. So it's like shout out to him. But I seen another interview. Did you watch the interview with who was it? Errol Spence Jr. and
Tim Tszyu?
Who interviewed? No. I know that they're fighting, but he did. But Andre Ward interviewed Errol Spence. Did you get a chance to watch that?
I may have seen something about it.
Yeah,
I think I did.
It seemed like a pretty in-depth interview, man. I think Andre Ward did a really good job, but it was nice to hear. Can you hear the baby screaming in the background?
Mm-hmm. No, not like that. I just heard him a little bit, but
he loud, man. I
like
got
that.
all boys.
How's the little one doing?
Boys. Man, everybody's doing good. We went to the movies tonight and watched or today in the middle of the day and watched the new Minions movie. And so I took him out of school with my other so I had all three boys. But everybody's healthy, man. But yeah, what you got for this Tim Tszyu?
Tim Tszyu Errol Spence fight, man?
Yeah.
I guess more than anything, bro, I just want to see Errol Spence be safe at this point. Like, I guess my worry now is bigger than wins and losses for Errol Spence now. I just want him to
go out on a good day.
I just want him to have a healthy rest of his career, because what that man has gone through is crazy, bro. Because like even with the car accident, he had an eye injury. Remember? Think back. He was supposed to fight Manny Pacquiao, and he had like a detached retina or something like that, and he ended up not fighting Manny Pacquiao. So he had like some crazy eye surgery. And then he had the car accident where he was thrown from a car. So it's like at this point, bro, I just want my man to be like finish his career and be able to be healthy for his wife and his kids at this point.
Yeah, just get your money and get up out of there.
Yeah,
that's
get you a couple more fights, and like the way he's talking too. It seems like his heart really ain't in it. He's saying that this might be his last one. And he's talking about how he kind of got one foot in the game, 1 foot out. So when people start talking like that, they don't have much time left.
Yeah, it's true. But look, man, it's about time for this Uno, and my phone's about to die. I'm on 1%. I don't want you to cut off abruptly, so I gotta go. I got 1% left on the phone. Hey, how long you gonna be up here?
I'm gonna be up here for a minute, man. So
All right.
if you're up and you want to tap in, let me know. I'm gonna let you
Yeah,
go for
yeah.
your phone dies. Thank you, bro, for tapping in. I appreciate you, bro.
No doubt. All right, brother. Happy
All right, man.
birthday.
Love you,
I
bro.
love you, man.
All right,
Love you too, bro.
all right.
All right.
That's the beauty part, man. See, like I was saying, you gonna see my childhood. You're gonna see people that I've met through this boxing game. You're gonna see people from my neighborhood. You're gonna see all kind of stuff, man. And this is kind of what we was aiming for. So waiting on the next guest. So hopefully my man will be joining us momentarily. And we're gonna keep this thing going, hopefully. We're gonna keep this thing going. Even though they're not paying me, my son hooked me up with some. So that's what I was munching on here. Feel me? A little bit of that, you know. So we're gonna step away for a second, and we're gonna be back with the next guest, y'all. I'll see y'all shortly. What up, y'all? What up? I am back. It's about that time for another guest. I got friend popping in. Met in Texas. Cool people. We talked boxing. Met up at the bar. Her and her husband talked even more boxing. Awesome people. Hey, what's happening? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, now
Yes.
I can. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I've been doing good. It's been a summer. It's been not as hot as we thought it was gonna be, but it's been fun down here at the farm.
For sure, for sure. We got to talk about some of that weather because over here in Virginia, it's been hot here. So I can only imagine what it's been like where you guys are at. So you guys are seeing well over 100, I would imagine, right?
We have, but it hasn't been like as much as last year. So I would say we've only hit it a few times, but I guess it's getting there. We're only in the beginning of July. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So the summer is just getting started. We've seen like really hot weather all the way up to late September. So anything is expected. I don't think, and it's weird that you guys have seen a lot of like really hot weather this year and we haven't. But I'm sure we'll see how the cold. We'll see what the cold brings.
For sure, for sure, for sure. Well, let's talk some boxing. Let's talk a little bit of boxing because I know we were talking a little bit back and forth during the Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas fight week. You were asking me, how does Xander look? How does the weight look? How's he? So after seeing the fight, what was your assessment of, let's say both fighters? What was your assessment of Xander, and what was your assessment of Boots?
First of all, hats off to Boots. He did exactly what he needed to do to prove that not only is he a the best possibly 154 pounder, but also a pound for pound contestant. At this point, I feel like Boots really did everything he needed to do in order to stop Boots, to stop Xander, which is what we wanted. We wanted to see a great fight. And I personally didn't think it was gonna go. I didn't think it was gonna be like a stop fight. I thought it was gonna go 12 rounds, but wow, I was very impressed by Boots. I was impressed by his corner, the advice that they gave him. But at the same time, I was also very impressed by Xander. I'm a huge Xander fan. I've been following Xander since he was like 16, signed by Top Rank. So, and he's always stayed very humble, Xander. And you kind of saw that even through his defeat, right? So, I think he needs to get back to the drawing board, Xander. But I was impressed with. Now, was I happy with kind of the way he went in there the first round? No, I was not. I was like, whoa, what are you doing? But at the same time, he always said that he's not scared. He's willing to take the challenge. So I thank him for giving us a great fight, I guess. And guess what? Giving us like a defined winner. Sometimes these big fights, like you don't really see that, or not lately. You haven't been seeing that, but in the past, there's been fights like you don't really know who won. You kind of know, but at the end of the day, this was like Boots left no doubt. He's the champion, and I can't wait to see what else he's going to do at 154. It's such an amazing weight class. Everything from 147 really flowed over to 154, and now we're just starting to see how much talent was always there, but now they're having to fight each other. No more running around. Like, what are you going to do now? So, what did you think? You were there in person. How was that, the atmosphere?
What an experience it was. It was an amazing experience because, I mean, to factor in the World Cup happening at the same time. So you're getting a mixture of boxing fans that are gathering for the biggest fight, arguably, of the year. So you're getting those fans. And then you're getting fans from all over the world that are there because of the World Cup. So when you add all that together, the experience is really a one of one. It was amazing, and even the environment inside the Barclays Center, it was it was just one of those things. It's hard to put into words. It really is, because I mean, the crowd, you could hear the love that Xander was getting. You can even hear the love that Boots was getting. And as the fight was happening, I mean, first round, Xander gets dropped. Everybody's like, hold on. There's no way that this champion, this unified champion, is going to get knocked out in the first round. There's no way. So the fight goes on, and then you have round 3 where it looks like Boots gets hurt. So now it's like, oh, man, okay, Xander might be getting a stoppage. Who knows what's going to happen, right? So
Yeah.
was it the 5th round come and Boots puts his foot back on the gas? It looks like he's going to get the stoppage, and then you have round 7, and the atmosphere was just crazy. And now we're starting to ask ourselves, and I'm gonna ask you this question, Xander, should he stay at 154 pounds, or do you think he should go to 160 and possibly maybe try to become a champion at 160?
Well, there is a 21-day time clock, like you said. So he does have that rematch clause. At the end of the day, here's what we have to ask. I think it's more of a decision, an internal decision that he needs to have with his team. Because let's be honest, that first round, he should have not, in my opinion, he should have maybe taken a little bit more slower to kind of feel what power.
Uh-oh. I didn't lose you, did I?
And then now, I mean, it's just, I feel that if you want to go and try to take another crack at it, now is the time, because of the fact that the 2 belts are there. You're not going to get another shot at 2 belts right away at 160 unless they can work that out, right? Like the 160 division is a very suspect division, in the meaning that none of the champions are really fighting each other.
Right.
So, and they are bigger people. So if the power was maybe too much from Boots, imagine what you're going to be feeling at 160, right? So it's more, you have to think about that and say, okay, do I want to take another crack at that? And do I feel that I could do it? Because let's be honest, Xander did win 1 or 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
At least one. Let's just say that, right? So there's been other fights where and he had him hurt in I think in that specific round, right? So I don't know. Was the weight cut maybe too much for him? And if he, like, look at how bad Chris Eubank was whenever he fought Conor Benn, and like he was like almost passing out in the. We didn't see that with Xander, but did it happen? We don't know. And he's only getting older. He's only what, 23, 24. So imagine. And again, the rematch has to happen immediately too, because if not, that's more time that you're waiting also to make the weight and all that. So I wonder when the deadline is to make the rematch.
I would imagine, like you said, it has to be sometime soon. And if I'm Boots, if I don't hear anything soon, I'm going about my business, because and also this is a segue into, another question I want to ask you. Boots is in a good position now because he's got 2 of the belts. You got Josh Kelly, who's also with Matchroom. He's going to be fighting later on this month. You got Sebastian Fundora, who's a WBC champion. He's got 1 of the belts. PBC is going to be partnering with DAZN now. So you got that matchup that might happen because of DAZN. And then you got Virgil Ortiz that's lurking in the background, that it's not for a belt, but obviously it's great fighter versus another great fighter, and that's always an intriguing matchup. So as a fan, what option would you like to see Boots do next? Would you like to see him fight the Josh Kelly winner for that belt? Would you like to see a Fundora? Would you like to see Virgil Ortiz? Fireworks.
That's such a great question, because again, 154. You look at it, there's like, Virgil's not a weight, he's not a world champion, but guess what? We want to see him against any of those 4 guys that you just said, right? So at the end of the day, honestly, the Josh Kelly will be the easiest route. That's like a collect 200 and pass Monopoly style. But at the end of the day, it's just, is that the fight that we want to see Boots in? No. Oh, I guess my question is, does Boots want to unify? As a fan, I don't care about unification. But as someone who loves the sport and loves the history and the tradition and the whole in history as one of the top fighters, you're gonna have to catch up to Terence Crawford.
Mhm.
Maybe making undisputed, right? But again, the biggest fight, in my opinion, money wise, would probably be the Virgil Ortiz. That's
Mhm.
a fight personally. I think biggest rivalry in NFL, Eagles versus Cowboys. Bring Boots down here and show Virgil who you really are.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that for sure. I think I lost you. Hopefully she pops back up here in a second. But that's why I like talking boxing with friend, man, because she makes so much sense. And she's absolutely right. She's spot on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. We about to add her back in here. We're gonna add her. We're gonna get her back in here. She should be popping up here any second. Let me see.
There
There
we
we go.
go.
There we go.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. But no, you.
We're out here in the boonies, so our internet dropped. But yeah, I think I might have broken the chat also with me saying what I said about Boots and bringing Boots down here. But you need that type of build up in order for you to make that type of sports like impression and kind of that build up that you giving Boots a great fight. At the end of the day, they can always see each other. Xander and Boots can always see each other at 160, and
Mhm.
so can Virgil and Boots. So if we can maybe get one already going, guys, you guys really should have had one at 147. Let's be honest. But neither of them really wanted it. Not Xander because he was always a 154. But if you really think about it, those fights, the version one should have happened, and then we would have seen. Okay, what happens? We always thought Virgil has so much power for 147. Okay, now he's at 154. Boots has now more room to grow and get stronger, like we saw him against Xander. So now we could have seen that difference. How much does Virgil power really bring into the equation?
Mhm. Mhm. For sure. For sure.
Game, right? So yeah, personally, I think that's the biggest fight. Now, if you want to see Boots in the biggest challenge that he's gonna have, technically and possibly power, he could fight that you're like, what am I watching? Because of the size
Mhm.
difference. But it could also be a great fight that could teach Boots things that he might not have to ever learn before or like tap into that. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Any fight I think is going to be good. I just don't want to see any of those fighters fight non-championship fights when you have three champions, one possibly number one. I mean, he's Virgil's ranked number one in so many organizations. It really makes you think. And my last point, really, what I would love as a boxing fan would be for Turkey to host a 154 tournament now that we have PBC into the equation and really bring all these guys together and make that fight over Riyadh season. Riyadh
Mm.
season is about to start here in I think it starts in November or September.
Mhm.
Imagine having them go stay over there possibly over a period of a month and giving us four fights in a period of a month or like a little bit longer. I mean, I remember the last time that they ever did that was for the Josh, whenever Josh, whenever for
Josh
140.
Taylor.
Yes,
Josh Taylor.
Josh
Yeah.
Taylor became, yes, and that was great.
Yep.
So, again, your friend, I mean, what Turkey will need to put out $200 million to pay all these top guys that are worth so much money. So,
Yeah, I don't know how he feels about forking out all this money. I think with him being in the game now and seeing some fighters may not be worth some of the big paydays that he's putting out, maybe he's taking a step back and saying, okay, let me be real about some of this paydays that I'm giving to some of these fighters. And I think that tournament is an amazing idea. Like when Josh Taylor won that tournament, I remember that they did a Super Six
Yeah,
tournament a couple years ago with guys like Andre Ward and Kessler and I think Carl Froch and all those guys, and it worked. You know what I'm saying? They figured out a format and they made it work. They put the best against the best, and as a fan, that's all you really want to see is the best end up fighting the best. So I certainly hope one way or another they're able to find a way to get those guys in some kind of tournament or whatever the case may be. But from a fan standpoint, going back to what we were saying a little bit earlier, as far as Boots, me personally, I would love to see the Sebastian Fedor fight just because of the size and going back to what you were saying, like Boots is going to have to tap into something that he's never tapped in before.
yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't have that gear in him. It's just that I want to see him showcase that extra gear. You know what I mean? Like the gears that he's been in, he hasn't had to turn it up a notch because he's not going to face the physical limitations that he will with a Sebastian Fedor. So I want to see another level of Boots, I guess is the best way to say it. But don't get me wrong, Fred. If they come and say we got a Virgil Ortiz matchup, I'm cool with that too. So I think it's at a point where now, after that performance that Boots had, he can't go backwards, right? It can't. It
Bingo.
can't. It can't be anything backwards. It has to be either one of those people that we named, or it has to be somebody that's like, okay, cool. Because now it crossed my mind, but you know how Terrence Crawford went from 147. He had like one fight at 154, and then he jumped to one. I want to say like one or two fights at 154. He jumped to 168 and fought Canelo. So it just crossed my mind. I'm like, I wonder would Boots entertain fighting Canelo if the opportunity presents itself?
I
You think Boots would do that kind of a risk that Crawford did?
up to weight classes just yet. And
Did not get.
honestly, I'm sure Canelo don't want none of that, baby. None.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
He don't even want. He don't even want. He didn't even want David Morrell.
Yeah.
He was a
Yeah.
world champion, IBF world champion, and you know who went and fought instead? He went and fought Edgar Berlanga.
And Edgar went 12 rounds with him.
You know what Boots will do to him? Maybe what Boots did to him in sparring. Maybe he helped Crawford get there. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you,
I don't know. I don't. Canelo looked way too party mode at the World Cup. Did you see? Like he, I don't know about. I don't think boxing is his top priority right now, and I don't know if he's looking for fights like that. To be honest with you, what
no.
could Boots possibly gain from a fight like that? He's not gonna get the biggest money. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm? And not to mention, friend, what belt are they gonna fight for? Oh, some made up WBC. Maybe that's what we would get. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. It's very the whole belt stuff right now. The way it's going with Sufa, the word that nobody really wants to say, but we all have to say it. Sufa, literally. I mean, it's happening, and you're kind of seeing it everywhere. The fact that Usyk decided to use that day, a day that he knew eyes were on boxing, to drop his belts.
Mm.
That was a crazy move. It
I
was
didn't.
a
I didn't think
very like
about.
it was a statement.
I didn't think about the timing, but since you put it like that, like we were literally sitting down at the weigh-in, and people were like, "Yo, you should just like he just dropped all of his belts. So it's funny that you mentioned that, friend. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And did you see how upset like the WBC was? And this isn't the first time. Like we've had two number two pound per pound fighters have already kind of do something similar. Not even three, actually. I take it back. Terrence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, and now Usyk.
Mm-hmm.
So it just makes you wonder. You have someone like Shakur Stevenson who is being talked about signing with Sufa. The rumors are out there. We don't know. He hasn't said it's true or it's not true. But I believe Chris Mannix has said many times that it is true that he signed with Sufa. Right? So now you're gonna have a top pound per pound fighter. What are gonna be the qualifications for you to be a pound per pound fighter now?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not, oh, personally, I think that the reason why, for example, Inoue is number one pound for pound is because of his all of his accomplishments via belts, and they were all great fights, right? If you think about it, and
Mm-hmm.
he has beating the champions, right? So in this situation, what's gonna make you say, okay, this fighter is pound for pound or is not, or is it gonna depend on also? It's very interesting to see how things are moving. But to me, I feel like last year we got way more bigger fights. This year, we're getting more those Moses fights against fighters that we've been wanting for a long time. And you know what? To be honest with you, I'm glad Usyk dropped the belts. Guess what? It gives the opportunity to other fighters like Frank Sanchez, if he's not already a world champion. I don't know if he's, I'm not sure. However, it gives people like him, Moses, it gives people like Daniel Dubois, if he wants to keep trying. It gives all those guys that are still kind of in the game. What is there really left for Usyk to do? The only
Mm-hmm.
fight I want to see him against, honestly, is David Benavides. Unless you got David Benavides for me, I don't want it. Do I want to cross over with John Jones? Maybe. But guess what? No boxing belt should be on the line for that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want you making some weirdo belt for that fight.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. The fans don't care. The fans are watching it because of the names. So
Mm-hmm.
then, it just, again, like we would watch Virgil versus Boots, even if they were at 147 with no belts. But guess what? They needed to get that pay-per-view fight, and they needed it to be for the belts. So Usyk has nothing really left to prove as far as the belts go. I'm glad he dropped them. That was one thing I kind of didn't like about Canelo. I felt like he should have dropped the belts at 168 when he was already undisputed and was doing all these other fights. Only maybe keep two. Drop the other two. Why are you giving these guys chances to be undisputed that have never even fought for one title?
Right.
That is weird vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So that is kind of starting to go away. If you notice, I mean, will we ever see undisputed again? Who knows?
I certainly hope so, because part of what got me to love the sport was watching a fighter go through the process of collecting all the belts. So it's like if you take that away, it's like you're taking a good part of the sport of what, or a part of what people love about the sport of boxing, is watching a fighter go through the journey and maybe taking a loss along the way and finding a way to become champion for opponents now. Because from what I'm hearing, he's going to fight Deontay Wilder next. That's a fight that
That's a fan fight, though. That's a fight that, if, for example, if we were in the UFC, we would have gotten that fight a long time ago.
yes.
Does that make sense? Because it was like, it's a fight that we want to see. So personally, I don't know how Wilder's going to show up. I'm going to be honest with you. But guess what? That fight should have happened whenever Usyk was upcoming on the heavyweight division. Now, was Wilder sidelined or not? Didn't fight for however long. And that's the thing with boxing. These guys take so long, huge breaks. And in UFC, they were not allowed. Were not allowed to do that. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that's gonna play out as we continue to see Sufa develop. I don't know if the belts have any restrictions, and maybe that's something that they need to look at. Like, how is it that you could go from in a brand new weight class? Like, that's crazy, right? So it, again, fan fight. I feel like that fight is gonna maybe do good gate wise because people are gonna. We haven't seen Usyk fight in the States either. Have you? Exactly.
Dang, now that I think about it, friend, nah, because it's been he just fought at the pyramids, and I want to say his Fury fights were
No big deal. Yeah.
they were overseas, so yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But I think it's Usyk is at the tail end of his career. I think he knows it. And now it's just a matter of he had those fights with Fury, he had those Riyadh season, he's got a ton of money. So I think he's rightfully so feels like he can do whatever he wants. You know,
without hoarding the belts.
Without yes, and that's big too because one person we forgot to name was Caballel. He's somebody else. Ajit Caballel, he deserves a shot, and he was going to get a shot. So I believe now he's elevated to the full WBC champion because I want to say he was like interim, and I want to say he's full time now. But he deserved his shot as well as, like you said, Moses Atauma, Frank Sanchez. After
he's gonna have to run through the ringer though. He is the best, in my opinion. It's gonna come down to him and Moses, and I feel like they both should earn that fight with Usyk. The way people say you need to earn a fight with Canelo, you need to earn a fight like that with Usyk now.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But it's like, how much longer does Usyk have now? He's like, what, 39? I want to say he's like 38,
yeah.
39.
I feel like, yes, that matters. But in the heavyweight division, have you noticed that there is a longer lifespan? Like, there's a longer span as far as, like, how far out they can fight? Like George Foreman, for example.
He had 2 Hall of Fame careers, which is insane. But if you're gonna go far or long, I should say, in the heavyweight division, you got to be careful, man, because you got young guys like Moses, even Leo Atang, the person that people aren't really talking about from the UK that's also 18 years old, that's also got a bright future ahead of him. So it's like you got to be mindful too, because there's some young killers that's coming up in this heavyweight division that if you get to a point where you're starting to slow down, or the gym or training may not be as fun as it was, or you notice a decline, it's probably best for you to take a step back and then figure out what's next, instead of getting knocked out in the ring. And you know you're not your regular self. You know you're not the best version of yourself. So it may just be Usyk saying, you know what? I had all these battles. I had battles with Fury.
Yeah.
I had battles with Daniel Dubois. Yep. I just had battles with Rico and all that. Like, I had battles in the cruiserweight division. I'm tired. Damn it, I'm tired at this point. So he might just say, look, let the young boys, y'all fight for the belts. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to have the fights that I want to have on my own time. And just like you said a little bit ago, without all the belts. So there's no obligation. There's no holding up the line or anything like that. It's just that I don't know if, like, Wilder's already been – he's been knocked out by Joseph Parker, Zhilei Zhang. Yeah. So it's like, that fight, it doesn't do the same thing for me as it would years ago, just like an Anthony Joshua Deontay Wilder fight. When Deontay Wilder was a WBC champion before he fought Tyson Fury, that was the fight that people wanted. Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder. That one was the one. Then Tyson Fury shows up. Yeah, and he throws a monkey wrench in the whole situation. So
I know.
I
feel like heavyweight, at the end of the day, that's still king. People will tune in now. Like, you're right. That's why, and we gotta stop and think: is that why boxing was on a decline as far as the sport goes? Because we didn't have heavy representation of the I don't remember. Was Roberto Duran and all of them also popular around that time? Both of them, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that correlates back to that. And one thing, if you notice, Sufa is building their future around the heavyweight division. They really are. They went and signed Andy Reese, who is another person that I want to bring up.
Yeah.
When are we gonna see him fight there? Our friend Zach Spiller just lost there also, and he fought this heavyweight guy that they from Pakistan, I think. So
Okay.
they have a lot of. They also signed AJ Ajab, the
Ajagba.
guy.
Anthony
Yes,
Ajagba.
they got him. Yes, they got him from Top Rank.
Mhm.
So I think the heavyweight division needs to stay active, and maybe that's why Usyk left because he wants to bring activity with those guys so that they don't hold out because of the belt. Sometimes they say, "I'm not gonna fight you until you have a belt,"
Yeah, you
when in
hear that all the
reality
time.
you should have been fighting.
Yeah, you hear fighters say it all the time. But I think, friend, if I'm not mistaken, I think I got an email today, and I want to say I'm gonna check now, but I think Andy Ruiz signed with Matchroom. I think he just signed
What?
with Matchroom. Yep. I don't know if you're able to see it.
Yeah, I see it, but I thought he had signed with Sufa.
So did
So
I.
that they so that they release him, and guess what? I am hearing that they're releasing people.
It,
That
he
who
may
knows?
he may not have actually signed with Zuffa for real because you know how sometimes with the
Yeah.
internet they'll everything's not always the truth. So
Wow,
it
that's a huge sign then.
yeah, yep. So it could be Eddie Hearn looking at Zuffa just like you said and saying, okay, they're trying to get some of these heavyweights. So let me snatch up a guy like Andrew Ruiz and some of these other guys, so that way that'll lessen the market for Zuffa and maybe make them weaker because you know Eddie Hearn and Dana White, they've been going back and forth at each other's necks. So who knows
I
what might happen in
mean,
that situation.
you. I thought it was so petty and hilarious that Eddie Hearns was like, "Yeah, and Usyk is gonna fight Wilder later this year," and it was like he like spilled the beans on the fight that they had scheduled that they were probably.
We were sitting at the press conference.
Wow.
I'm like, yo, did y'all know that? Like, are we just finding this out now? This is breaking news. So absolutely. Friend, I cannot thank you enough for taking time out of your day to come kick it with me and to talk a little boxing. I truly appreciate you.
And hopefully we see you in some good fights this year. They're starting to kind of load up the rest of the schedule. We still don't know what September is going to bring, but hopefully there's some. I really want that Shakur versus Chalk fight. I think that's a good fight to get. I think that should happen in Texas. They should maybe do it at the Texan Stadium or something, but I would love to see that fight. Hopefully there's more big fights like that, but it was so good talking to you again.
Absolutely. And hopefully when there is a big fight in Texas that I'm able to come out to, I gotta hit you up. So you, me, and the hubby, we could all have drinks like we did last time and talk boxing and laugh all night long. So once again, friend, I thank you so much. Tell the hubby I said what's up, and we'll be talking.
Yes, thank you so much. It was good talking to you. Take care.
Take care. All right. See what amazing people. See, you go through this journey of life, you know what I'm saying, and you have different paths. You run across different people, and some of those people they end up becoming friends. They become like family, and you end up creating a lifelong bond. It seems like with some of these people, and I know we've had gaps in between. People showing up, and that was kind of to be expected. But the people that you've seen so far on the stream, um, some amazing people. I mean, from the beginning with Jose, with the film, to JJ, what he's doing with the mental health, to my boy K underscore with what he's doing with his channel, to my boy Brian, an amazing father, an amazing person, to MC, homie, who you just met. I mean, these people are all amazing people, all great people. I'm thankful to know them, thankful to cross paths with them. So hopefully we're not done yet. Hopefully we got two more that is going to come and say what's up to us. So I am going to hang out with y'all just for a little bit longer. And like I said, hopefully these last two guests, we can get them on. We can talk a little bit longer. And then I will let you guys go. And then I'm going to celebrate the last little, I would say by the time we finish, it'll probably be about an hour or so left from a East Coast standpoint left on my birthday. So this cup, I ain't gonna lie, it is filled with water. It is for right now. But as soon as this stream is over with, I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, I gotta have me a little drink. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna hang out for just a little bit longer. Hopefully, the last two guests will tap in. We'll chop it up with them for a little while. And then I am going to let y'all go for the night. So y'all sit tight, hang out with me just for a little bit longer. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Peace. What up, y'all? We are back. We got our last guest that just tapped into the studio, I guess you could say. So we get ready to bring him into the room and then bring him onto the stage. So that way you can meet him, meet the platform, and then we're gonna talk a little boxing. So we gonna bring my dog from Rock the Crowd onto the stage.
What's going on?
What's going on, man? How you been, bro?
How's it doing out there, man? Happy birthday.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you
I
taking
can
the time
barely
to
hear
chop
you.
it up.
I think it's on my end. I can barely hear you over there.
Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let me make sure my volume is all the way up and everything. Let me make sure. Volume up.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I got you.
We good now?
Yeah, we good.
My man, I appreciate you tapping in, bro.
Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man. How's everything going on your nice B-day, man?
So far, so good, man. So far, so good. I can't complain, man. I've had a number of people stop through, people I've met, people I grew up with. So it's all like full circle, you know what I'm saying? So
That's what's up.
it's been a blessing for sure, man. So I had to get you on a platform so that way you could talk about your platform, you know what I mean, and what we're building towards in the future, because obviously we're going to be working together, but I don't want to give the people too much. They don't
Oh
need
yeah.
to know everything.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
we just gonna give them a little bit, bro. So I'm gonna give you the floor, man. Talk about your brand. Talk about how it got to the point where it's at now, man. I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Okay, man. I appreciate it, man. So, man, so Rock the Crowd TV, we are a full streaming platform. We're national. We're on Roku. We're on your phone. We're on the web. We're everywhere that you are. As we're in the palm of your hands. Right now, we have a TV show called These Guys. It's a cartoon. It's an adult cartoon show. Y'all need to check it in. We're also on YouTube. You can check us out there. We got the Uplift Society. That's a dope podcast right there. That's one of the realest real talk podcasts out there. Give you all the flavor. We go to they go through all everything: basketball, football, baseball. Like even boxing. I'm like they touch on everything over there. And then after that, saying we got all the indie movies for you. So if you can't find it, it might be over there. I say I can't tell you what we got. You gotta tap in to see what we got over there. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of one of them hidden gems. rockthecrowdtv.com. Go over there and see what we got. We got all the movies for you, especially some Black history for you too. So if you're looking for them history films that you can't find. Saying go on there. Like I said, that's the app right there. Go to any app store. I'm on your iOS and on your and on the Android right there. Yeah, as you can see, that's the straight dope show he's putting right there. That's the These Guys cartoon. That's the real talk cartoon right there. You know what I'm saying? Unfiltered, we giving you the real deal Holyfield over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. You gotta tap. What he's saying is you gotta tap in.
You gotta tap in. I can't give it to you. You gotta see it. Where we at? Did we pause out? Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
But that's dope, and I think I told you this on the phone, man. Like, I think it's cool that you have the 24-hour playlist, right? So it's
yes, sir.
As soon as you open up the app, there's something playing. There's always something. And I think that's dope. I think that's dope, man. So if you can, man, because this is something like your platform and the app, it's not normal. Not too many people are blessed with the platform and the opportunity that you have. So if you can, man, talk to me a little bit about the process that you went through to create what you have now, the app, the platform, the shows. Like what went into that to create that?
It was a whole lot of back and forth with on like me and my partner who started Rock the Crowd with me. I started it first. It was supposed to be like just a content for me for like a little outlet, and then I seen it was a bigger platform. It was something that was made for the masses, where I can have like content creators like yourself, hop on the platform to put their content on that gets showed where why because because I'm global, I'm all over the world, so it was a chance where I could take the content and have a platform for everybody to hop on so they can get their scene all over the world. So and and for me curating it, it was more of an opportunity for me to use what I had to give back to everybody else who's also curating the stuff that I'm also curating too, to give the outlet to where somebody like myself is also advocating for yourself for them to come also look for your content too. So it was one of the things. So that's why I curated the Rock the Crowd platform there. It was hard at first, trying to get into the industry and grab the content and, and figure out, what the do's and the don'ts, what can you do, what can't you do, like navigating that scene because I wasn't too familiar, like in there. So I was mainly, just jumping right into it, trying to see where I can land out, what can I do, what can I do, like what can't I do. So it's been a grind, it's been 7 years. So, like now I know that, it starts with me. So, same thing with the cartoon, like I tried to, like elevate the cartoon, but it came back to where, I had to, go there and, like do it myself. So me and my partner El Uno, said we do, like we did the cartoon, I'm Sir Smoke, so when we got on there, we started this, doing it ourselves. And that was one thing that I could tell people that, you can't wait on it. You just got to get in there. You got to do it. You got to build it and then they will come. I guess that field of dreams is real because you got to build it first because, nobody's going to, really, put stock into you unless you put stock in yourself, So that was the main thing where that's the hardest part is getting it going, getting the name out there, getting the platform known because, I'm in there with the big sharks, TNT, YouTube, HBO, because I got the same capabilities as them, but everybody loves them. So I'm trying to I'm trying to be one of the loves too.
For sure, man, and that's part of the grind, right? Because
Yeah,
it's extremely difficult to start a brand and then have that brand be a reliable name.
yeah, oh,
Um,
yeah,
because some of these networks that you're competing against have been going for
yeah, for
years, 20
years.
years,
Yeah,
30,
and they got the
40,
money, and they got the
and they
money.
got yeah. So the fact that we have to start kind of behind the eight ball a little bit, I think, bro, it makes the journey that much sweeter. It
Yeah,
makes, even though obviously when you create something, you're going to have those bumps in the road. It's inevitable. There's no way around those bumps in the road. There's no way around those curveballs or
oh
anything.
yeah,
But I truly believe that once you like start something, like you started your brand from ground up, I think once you
yeah,
have that and you're just like a regular dude, just like me, just like you, and you don't have this crazy backing, you're able to get to where we're at now. It's a blessing, man, and it's one of those things that when you have those moments, it's like those moments of clarity. I guess
yeah,
you could say you have those moments when you look and then you see your numbers or you see how many people download the app and things like that. You're like, man, I know I had those long nights. I know I had those nights where I didn't get much sleep or I had to get up early and do this or
yeah. Or trying to figure out why nobody watching.
yep.
Where's
Even
my
parts of
views at?
yeah, even parts of this stream, bro. I've had zero viewers, but I
Yeah,
mean, it's part of it's part of the game, man. And when you're
yeah,
doing something that you love, bro, you're willing to accept those losses that's gonna come, that's gonna come along with the journey.
yes, sir, yes, sir. And it makes the wins more better. It makes the wins better because I mean, if you start off with just winning, winning, winning all the time, I mean, you just the wins don't mean nothing to you. You know what I'm saying? But when the journey's hard and the grind's there, that win, that journey, saying that, saying that dub just it feels that much better. And that's the whole part that I like about it. It makes it feel that much better.
Yep, yeah, for sure, man. And you're based out of what part of California are you in?
Sacramento.
Okay, so what? It's about what, 7 o'clock over there, ain't it?
Yes, sir. 7 o'clock. Yeah, I still got food on the grill.
My man out doing this thing, man. It's pitch black dark. It's going on. It's going on 11 o'clock here, man.
I was gonna say I know it's late over there. It's late.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got the side. I got the nice sun out here. Look at that. Look at the sun. Look at it. I shot it on you.
I know, man. I know. And like I told you, bro. Soon enough, I'm gonna make my way out there. So that way we can talk some business and we can link the two brands together. Link our
Yes,
two.
sir. Matter of fact, I'll be in Washington tomorrow. Yeah,
DC.
yeah.
Where
Yes,
you going
sir.
in DC?
Man, I'm out there. I'm finna beat my brother out there. We finna go to the Black Museum out there. So,
How long you gonna be
uh,
there for?
for like 4 or 5 days.
Let's talk, bro. I might be able to pull up on you, bro.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, we can link.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's about a 3 hour drive from where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
I gotta work a day or two, but shoot, man, yeah, we'll talk off stream. We might be able to, work out so I can at least shoot up there for a couple hours. That way I can meet you and everything like that. We talk a little bit. I know obviously you're gonna be hanging out with your people, so I ain't gonna bother you too much. But at
Yeah,
least
yeah.
that we can at least make that initial connection. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I was just when I was thinking, I was like, man, I wonder how far that is from you. Yeah. When
Yep.
I was out there, I was like, I wonder how far that is from Brett. I was like, man, we can link up, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. You're gonna be flying all the way on the East Coast, man. So the least I can
Yeah.
do is make that drive if possible, man. So yeah, we definitely gonna stay in communication with that for sure, man. I appreciate you taking the time to chop it up with your boy, man.
Oh man, it's nothing, man. I'm always available for you, man. Like I said, I'm always here, man. I'm here. Rock the Crowd's always here. We're always available, 24/7, like the network.
My boy. Hey man, everybody that's because this is gonna be up later on. Make sure y'all follow my boy Rock the Crowd because you're gonna be seeing a lot of him on my channel. Like we said, we can't give y'all too much because great things. It's a process. You know what I mean? You can't get it all at one time, so it's gonna take building this thing, and I can promise you, we're gonna be delivering something special. So make sure y'all stay tuned into my channel as well as make sure you download the app for Rock the Crowd. Make sure you follow all the social media platforms. What you're on?
Yes,
What,
sir.
Instagram, Twitter?
I'm on all of them: Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, YouTube, all Rock the Crowd TV. If you just tap in Rock the Crowd TV or just Google Rock the Crowd TV, all my platforms come up. Everything come up. The link to the Roku. So if you got the Roku TV, you could download that. Also the link to the to both ISO apps, the ISO and the and the Android app. That's all there. So just Google Rock the Crowd TV, and I'll pop up.
Hey, you heard it. You heard it from the man himself. You heard it from the man himself.
Yes,
So
sir. Also, one thing I would like to give a shout out. So my son just published a book. The Through the Demon's Eye is right now. It's available on all platforms right there. So go ahead and cop that book for my son. I'm telling you, it's a good read too, man. It's a real good one. It's a
Let's
real
go.
good one. Yeah.
I love
16
hearing
years
stuff like
old. He
that.
out there on his first book, man. Super dope. We're so
How
proud
old
of
is
that
he?
man. 16.
Man, go
Fresh
get the book,
16. Yeah, get the
man.
book. Yeah.
Make sure
Get
y'all
the
get the
book
book,
through the
man.
demon's eye. There you
But
go.
gotta support the young generation, especially when they're trying to do things the right way. You
Yes,
know, so
sir. Yes,
definitely make
sir.
sure y'all grab the book. Make sure y'all follow all his platforms. Make sure y'all follow all my platforms. My man, I'm gonna let you go so that way you can get back to that good food you prepared. And like I said,
Yes,
we're
sir.
gonna talk about that trip you making to East Coast.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna say I got one more thing. Well,
Yes, sir.
like, what's up with that Haney fight, man? What's going on with that? How do you feel about that?
What
What's
Haney and
going
Sweet
on?
John?
Yeah, what's going on with that one, man? Is it gonna
Woo!
be? Is Haney gonna get off the canvas? I mean, because I think he might. I don't know. What's going
It's
on with that one?
it's gonna be a good fight, bro. Because I mean, I
Yeah,
talked to my pops about it. My pops thinks Devin Haney's experience might be a little too much because Devin's been in the ring with better level competition. So
yeah.
my pops he gives kind of that OG analysis. So when he gives me that OG analysis, I tend to listen to him. So
Hmm.
I'm leaning towards Haney, but like I was telling my boy earlier, we may not know how special Keyshawn is until he gets put in a position where he has to be special. And
Yeah,
this might be the position that he, where he can be special in. So I just hope we get it either way. It's been mandated. So,
yeah. I
hey,
want to see it. I
yes,
want to
sir.
see it. That's what
Yes,
I
sir.
was saying. I want to leave it on that note. I want to see it.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, my man. So I'm gonna have everything updated on the channel, bro. So whatever news drops, I'm gonna have it on the channel. We'll be talking. My
Oh
man,
yes, sir.
I absolutely appreciate you, my man. I'm gonna go ahead and close the stream after I let you go. But like I
All
said,
right.
we're gonna be locked in.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right,
sir.
my
I
man.
see you there. All
All right, my
right.
man.
See you later.
All
Happy
right.
birthday. All
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
right.
All right, my man. And there we go, man. There we go. Like what you've seen tonight is different chapters of my life to give you the person that you see sitting in front of you today. You've seen people I grew up with. Um, you've seen people that I've met in the boxing journey, whether it be people I met in New York, people I met in Texas, people I met in Arizona, people I met in Florida. Um, you see all that kind of come together today, and I couldn't ask for anything more. I couldn't ask to be involved with better people. Um, and this is just a start. This is just a start of many great bonds, great friendships, hopefully some dope collaborations along the way. Um, to everybody, I know I told each one of you personally, thank you. But once again, for everybody that stopped through, thank you so very much for taking the time to kick it with me, talk a little boxing, and for everybody that stopped through to, watch the stream. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. I'm gonna enjoy about the last hour or so I got on my birthday. Like I said, thank you all very much. You'll be seeing this mug a lot more. And until next time, I'm getting ready to take my old up out of here. I'll see y'all later. Peace, y'all. I'm out.